Oh, where'd my software go? What's up, everybody? It's me, Jum Jumington. I think my software crashed. Well, while I work on that, let's enjoy a video game for a second. Such a good soundtrack on this game. Can't hear any music? No game music? Weird. How about now? It's kind of the whole point. All right. I don't know what that was. I never used this computer for streaming. The last time I streamed was years ago, before I started streaming regularly. And so everything was set up for that. And while I'm trying to go and like get everything tooled up, like there's going to be mistakes. So, if you haven't noticed, we are looking at what you may recognize as Castlevania 3, but no, it's Akumajo Densetsu, the Japanese Castlevania 3, which contains the VRC6 audio chip, specifically allowing a more advanced soundtrack. However, it's in Japanese. And so if you've ever thought, I want to play on original hardware, like me, and you want to play the Japanese version of games, but in English, you got to make a cart. And that's what we're going to do today. Power that bad boy off for right now. I have to reopen this software. Bibbidi bop. There we go. Okay. I guess whatever made OBS crash made that look like it was working, but also not work. I'm gonna mute for a second here. All right. I am using a lapel microphone for this, and I have never used it for streaming. I mostly just use it for recording stuff way back when. I've had these for years. So do let me know how it sounds. I tried to apply, you know, usual sorts of filters on it to keep it in check, but who knows? Who knows? I certainly don't. Sounds pretty decent. All right. All right. Well, hopefully it doesn't, I see it bumping in the red like a little bit here and there. First, let me say hello to everybody. Everyone's waiting to see the hands. They're waiting for the big reveal. Gotta give the fans what they want. Hi, everybody. Hello. Welcome to the stream. And today we're going to be working on these beautiful game cartridges I have here before you. Don't pay much attention to this. We'll get back to that later. But I'm going to be doing some work on these cartridges here to convert these into translated English cards. Specifically because these all contain the beautiful Konami VRC6 mapper. Now, because I'm going to be working with solder and flux and some chemicals, I got to get my gloves on here just to protect my soft, supple flesh. And I need to pop this thing out so I can see it bigger. Bastard. What did you expect? You all have seen my hand. You've all seen the hand. And I have long contested that is my real actual hand. Expecting bare hands. I mean, I'm not a bear. It's mostly just for the chemicals. I'm sure I'll take them off by the time we're done because my hands will be sweaty and nightmarish. Expecting sharper nails. I gotta file them down a little bit. Let me... I can break this out and make this chat bigger. It's a little bit awkward. Zoom in. Zoom in. Enhance. Zoom. Enhance. Enhance. There we go. Because I got my computer is like way over that way, right? And so I gotta constantly like tilt back and forth. So I apologize if I miss the chat somewhat. Let's get some music going and you can tell me if it's too loud or too quiet. That was good for Scritch and the puppy. He does like it. He does like it. Fine for the music? All right. I just got a random mishmash of songs in there. A lot of people like to use Nintendo music for the stuff. I just keep on using the BGM or stuff because I'm so fearful of like, Konami is claiming this video, which they could do for anything anyway. So, today what we're working on is we're doing translations of cards. And I can go through a brief breakdown of what all that entails, ins and outs. I got 3 different cards I'm going to be working on. They range from very easy to mildly easy to complicated. And most Nintendo games are going to be complicated, but we get real lucky with the Konami VRC6 stuff. So there are 3 VRC6 games for Konami. I've got 2 of them here. A third one I already did a translation for, and that's Esper Dream 2. We've got Madara, which is an interesting RPG that's basically just a ripoff of Dororo, an old Osamu Tezuka manga that now has an anime and a live-action movie and all that. It's basically the same plot. And then we have Akumaju Densetsu, which is Castlevania 3 in Japan. About to say it's a recent anime. Yeah, it's real funny. There's 2 Madara games. And the creation of Madara and the manga and all that was like a multimedia franchise they made. The game, the manga, everything was made like purposely to sell the merchandise. You gonna play it on stream? Oh yeah, I'm gonna play all these games on stream. The second game is for Super Famicom. I don't think that has a translation yet, but I want to do the first one. Now, how you may be asking, the main question with this, but why? Which is a fair question. The main reason that I'm not just going to use flashcards to play these games is I like real hardware first and foremost. And flashcards like the EverDrive N8 Pro can do like a really great job of emulating the mapper chips. But when there's audio involved, it can get a little bit off. And honestly, for me, just knowing that it could be off is enough to drive me crazy. Plus, it's a fun project. I like soldering stuff. I like working on the tools. So it combines all of my various hobbies. What's up, Skyo? Welcome in. How you doing? How you doing? We're just getting started. If you wanted to do this yourself, and you might think, I didn't pay very much for any of these games. A lot of people are against this sort of thing because you'll destroy the cart. If you do it properly, it's fully reversible. You don't have to annihilate the cart. There is always risks, but there's things that can go wrong, anyway, with carts, which I'll get to on this delicious little silver puck here. Vibing, sleepy, gloomy day. It was. I was hanging out with the puppy dog most of the day, and he was mostly just lounging. He was pretty good today. So I'm glad to report we're still buds. He's not permanently angry with me, so things are working out there. But if you wanted to make these, and you didn't want to crack open your Akumahu Densetsu, because it typically is a little bit more expensive than Madara. Esper Dream 2 is kind of in between the two. You could actually build this with a Madara cart, even though Akumaju, I keep calling Akumahu, it's not the Akumaju. Legend of Demon Castle is what that name is. Even though this doesn't have a save function, and a lot of games have a copy protection built in if they don't save to check for save, this game does not. And you could just remove the excess circuitry on this too. The only difference is these are both VRC6, but the chip they used in Akumaju Densetsu is slightly different than the other two. They flip 2 pins. And so you either have to take this chip out and flip 2 pins, or there's a ROM hack for it too. What's up, Joshua? Welcome in. So that's what I'll be working on today. Some of these I went a little bit crazy on dealing with. One thing I'm not going to show you, and there's a link in the description to a channel for a gentleman by the name of Voltar. And Voltar has been in the scene for a long time, and he's got a lot of great videos about doing console repair and console upgrades. And he's got a couple videos about this. I'm actually using some of the tips he put on there. But he has a guide talking about how to open Famicom cartridges. So in the US market, Nintendo standardized on casing. And Nintendo, in fact, produced most of the carts in the US market, in the North American market, and I want to say Europe as well. And on these, like, the carts are pretty much all identical. There's some outliers, but you're going to get the same thing. You flip it over in the back. You got 3 screws. It's a special security bit, very common, easy to get. Pops open, easy enough. Famicom carts don't have screws, typically. Some of them do, but most of them don't. And these Konami ones definitely do not. This is pretty close to an average Famicom cart, like the shorter height. And it's just snapped together. You can see, if I can get a good shot, it's just got tabs. I don't want to bend this top label too much. It just has tabs. And this plastic can be kind of brittle and tough to work with. That is the most risky part of this, is opening these. And what you have to do, the best way to not destroy them is you get vice grips like this that you can, it's got the hand crank on it, right? And you kind of squeeze in on the side to kind of warp it. I didn't want to do that on stream because it's a real pain and it's all obnoxious. But that's how it works with these. Now, unlike the NES, if you wanted to make custom carts for the NES, you can get blank empty shells from a ton of different places, and the quality varies. But you could get a blank empty shell, and it will fit pretty much any existing NES board, and it's fine. Not so with Famicom. You can get Famicom shells, but because originally Nintendo allowed a handful of developers to make their own carts, there's a lot of variety, and Konami's one of those. These are Konami-specific shells. And one company makes a replacement for this shell, but they're in Taiwan, and they're not shipping to the US currently. Did the U.S. just get the front-loading system? The U.S. had a front loader, and it also had a top loader. The top loader is a weird one. It was released when the Super Nintendo came out, and it was like the budget model, and it only has RF output, which is odd. So you can't get like AV output on it. You could modify it for it, but it doesn't have that output, which is really weird. But there is a top loader. The top loaders are very expensive now. And most of the time when you see top loaders, they're going to refer to the AV Famicom, which was the later top loading version. Jum the science bum. Jum the science bum. I'll take it. I'm basically a bum. So there was a top loader NES, but to get one now, because you can only hook up with RF, they're really expensive. It's kind of goofy. But so yeah, these are their own special thing. I've never found anyone who's made a repro of these cards, these specific Konami cards. All right, so that plays into like the fact that there's differences in the Japanese and the American cards. Also, like the connectors too are different, which is why the US NES has such a bad connector. Nintendo didn't go with a standard pitch for these. The edge connector on this is a standard width of the pins and spacing. And so you can get a standard card edge connector that will fit the Japanese cards. The US uses a different proprietary one that not a lot of companies make. It's not a standard part, so you're not getting the benefit of a big supply chain to get those. But there are replacements now. The Nintendo is really good. It's a really solid replacement that kind of just turns into a straight-on connector, and they can breathe new life into those connectors. Most of the time, though, I see old NESs. The connector's fine. It's just dirty, and it just needs to be cleaned properly. But sometimes the pins get bent out of shape. Originally, when the Famicom released in Japan, in order to get third-party publishers on board, Nintendo allowed third-party publishers to make their own carts. And by the time it shipped to the US, they wanted to standardize and they wanted to hold on to all that. So aside from a few cases, basically every North American cart is produced by Nintendo using Nintendo parts. Whereas in Japan, they could make their own stuff, which meant a lot of Japanese publishers made their own mapper chips. Gum bum yum saxophone. Saxophone rhymes with jum. Is it pronounced differently en français? Perhenmo. Soon I check with my Sega Genesis Street Fighter 2 cartridge. Become red when inserted. Might just be dirty. Yeah, I want to talk about like cleaning these things. That also has a security bit that are very easy to open. The bits are very common, but 90% of the time that's the issue. Is that just the pins get dirty, and then you'll have all kinds of issues. The Sega Genesis card is even more simple than this. Typically, a Sega Genesis card will just have one chip on it, unless it has saving, and then you'll have an SRAM chip and a battery and maybe some other stuff, but there really aren't any like mappers on that. Different French. Okay, happy you caught that. I figured as much. Anytime you put something out there like these rhyme, I'm like, that's gotta be a French thing. That's gotta be a French thing. What is this song? It's a little bit too action-packed for this. So, if you're not really familiar with NES, and what I keep referring to as the mapper chips. Mapper chips were like the secret sauce that kept Nintendo in the game with the NES and helped them beat out a lot of the competitors. Because as opposed to the Sega Master System, the Sega Genesis, the PC Engine, or TurboGrafx, all the other competitors came around. Their cartridge was just the game, the program stored in some kind of ROM, and pretty much that was it. You were limited to whatever the hardware capability was, like, in the system. I want to make sure I'm not... Okay, make sure I'm not, like, doubling up on the music here. Turn the music down a bit for myself, so it shouldn't impact it for you. It's distracting me. Playing a high-level hacking on an action game. I'm in. So, like, Sega Genesis, Sega Master System, PC Engine or TurboGrafx, you would just have the game on the cart. And there really wasn't any expansion. You'd have to have additional hardware like the 32X or the CD add-ons in order to increase the capability of it. On the NES, some of these pins allow for a certain amount of expansion, and that came in the form of what has, now in the modern parlance, they call them the mapper chips, or expansion chips. Expansion is more for the Super Nintendo. And originally, the mapper chips' main function was that the NES can only address like 64K of data off an EEPROM. And you could get around that by having a bigger EEPROM, which is a erasable read-only memory, which is what these use, more or less, by having a extra chip that handles banking, right? So this chip is composed of like 8 different smaller banks. And this chip will switch between those banks, so that as far as the NES goes, it's only talking to that 64K. It may be off on that number. It's only talking about that 64K. But you could have like 1 megabit, 2 megabits here split up, and this just handles the address calls and does the translation. So you can have bigger chips. But as they developed, they added other functions. Like, did you know the NES can't do multiplication? It doesn't have a multiplication function. So early games would have to code in their own hard-coded multiplication tables if they needed to do any kind of math like that. So you could add those to these mapper chips. You could add a lot of different functions to them that would increase the capability of the system. So that is why, if you ever look at early NES games versus late NES games, there's like a world of difference in what they were able to pull off. And that's pretty much entirely because of this. It's also because they got more familiar with programming, but it's mostly because these mapper chips that were able to expand the capabilities. In Japan, the mapper chips made by a lot of other companies also included additional audio channels. And one mapper, the VRC7 from Konami, which is only used in 2 games and only really used in one, the Grange Point, which I'll play at some point, actually contains an additional synth in it that's very close to what the Sega Genesis uses. So you could, on that game, Lagrange Point, the soundtrack sounds like a Genesis game. We didn't get these in the US, though. True, later Mega Man games had safely more detailed sprites. Yeah, so the additional mapper chips would allow them to have larger ROMs, which enabled more variety of sprites, more complicated sprites. It would let them draw larger sprites, like in Punch-Out. The mapper chip was used to draw larger sprites on the screen. It was also used for smooth scrolling and things like that. So in Japan, there was a point early on where, because these chips were very expensive, Nintendo decided to invest in a new technology, which was the Famicom disk system, basically floppy disks. And that had additional hardware that went with the floppy disk system that had increased audio channels and increased system RAM, and it enabled more powerful games. And you could have larger games made cheaper that could save right on the floppy disk. You could also take those to a kiosk and have that disk rewritten with new games. But loading was a real problem. And then chip prices came down and they abandoned it. Mega Man 1 is 80K, Mega Man 4 is 288. Yep. Not to mention games like Gimmick had a peculiar way of dividing sprites. Also a sound chip, and then the game almost looked and sound like a SNES game. Yeah, Gimmick is one of those games, like probably the game on the NES that absolutely pushes, and that was their intent. They wanted to absolutely push the limits of the NES, which makes it a very valuable game because it's the only time that chip is fully used in a game. You can find that chip in some other games, but they're typically not wired for sound, and so it takes some like extra doing for it. And so a consequence of the Famicom disk system that the expansion routed audio through the cartridge connector. So you have pins on here. Your game audio from the Famicom goes through one pin and then back out another. And then if you had expansion audio, like the Famicom disk system did, it would mix it internally and feed it back out to it. We didn't have that in the US. In the US, it's not routed to the control pin or the cartridge pins. It uses the expansion port on the bottom of the NES. So the capability was there, but they never came out with the FDS in the US, and nothing in the US ever really used that. So you had a lot of chips in Japan that used the mapper to add increased audio functions. It could add a couple extra sound channels. It could get pretty complicated, and it just makes like a richer sound on it. And then when they would want to come to the US, they couldn't use this chip, right? Because they generally, not always, but generally had to use chips that were produced by Nintendo, and also they couldn't use any of the audio expansion. So in this case, instead of using a VRC6 chip in America, they used Nintendo's own MMC. I believe it's the MSC5. MMC is their memory map controller. I think it's memory map controller, map memory controller. But there's MMC chip is Nintendo made mapper chips, which are actually pretty powerful. And those, go on. Some of those contain audio channels. You never see them in the US though. Completely lost on us. And honestly, MMC chips were usually more powerful than what they were bringing over graphically. There's a lot of graphical stuff in Castlevania 3 that is better presented in the US version because the MMC chip they used is higher. But one of the issues they had with that is those mapper chips were very expensive. And so not every game used the highest of the high end. In fact, it was kind of bad if you needed big EEPROMs and the big mapper, because it would increase the cost overall. Now I keep calling these EEPROMs because that's basically the technology, but they're not really EEPROMs like you could go out and buy. Still today, you could buy EEPROMs, which is a blank chip that you write to. And if you think about an EEPROM that is just a cascade of transistors, basically on-off switches, and on is 1 and off is 0, and in that way it's encoded with the data. When you get an EEPROM, you write to it, it flips switches up and down, and that's how you write to the data on it. Very simplified. These are what's called mask ROMs, because it was cheaper to have a chip produced with the code burned into it. And so instead of taking a blank chip and writing code to it, they would actually produce the chip using a map that told them which bits were meant to be on or off, and that this is in hardware encoded in it, which is actually pretty good. These will last longer than EEPROMs or flash because they're hard-coded with the game. Also means they can't be reprogrammed. You can't rewrite this. There's a difference between writing on paper with a pencil and then printing something out and laminating it, and this is the laminated version. And it was cheaper to a point, and that continued up until almost the Switch. I think the 3DS is when they stopped using mask ROMs and moved to pretty standard off-the-shelf flash components. But they were still using like EEPROM-based mask ROMs in DS cards. So that's the Nintendo, the NES, the Game Boy Color Advance, the Nintendo 64, Super Nintendo, all used various types of these chips, and that sizes went up as they went on. But that's a bit of the history. And so the way this works is that we are going to remove these mask ROMs, and then we're going to take the programmed chip that we make, like this. We're going to program this, and then we're going to solder it in the board, and then we will have our translated board. Now, one factor that complicates things that we won't really have to deal with too much with these two is that EEPROMs have a standard pinout, but Nintendo didn't use that. Nintendo used their own different pinout. Some people speculate it was for copy protection, or not copy protection, but to prevent piracy, because then someone couldn't get an NES board and just take the chip out, put a new one in, and sell it as their own. So their pins are swapped in a lot of places. But on these Konami VRC6 boards, these use standard pinouts. So you can just take these chips out and get a standard off-the-shelf EEPROM and drop it in there. You can also use a flash chip. Do I have one? I do. It looks exactly the same. Right, there's the flash chip. And they look pretty much the same. I'm gonna make sure my phone is on Do Not Disturb. There we go. They're basically perform the same function, just a different technology. Flash is the more current technology. EEPROMs are pretty. This is all yesterday stuff. You also have like the old EEPROMs, which are these bad boys, which these did not work for me. This is what you used to get. These EEPROMs, which are UV erasable. So it has this quartz window in it, and you can shine UV. Not really sunlight. It would take a lot. You get special UV lamps, and you can erase these chips using that and then rewrite them. But it can only do it so many times before it fries out. And then a lot of times you'd open up like old computers that would use these EEPROMs for internal storage, like for a BIOS, and they'd have a little sticker stuck over this, but you could actually peel it back and erase it and rewrite it. These don't work. These are a pain to get a hold of because these have long since gone out of production. And if you find these anywhere, they're pools, they're used, they've been erased, they may or may not work at all. These did not work. So I just remember Boktai and the solar sensor. Joshua, did I tell you? Did I mention this in chat? I saw this the other day. Crix, who makes the EverDrive flash carts, was showing off a prototype he's working on for a new Game Boy Advance flash cart that includes the daylight sensor and the tilt sensor. So they're finally making a flash cart where you could get the like Boktai games on it and play that. And the tilt sensor stuff too. There is also out there ROM hacks that tie the light sensor to the L or R buttons. So if you want to play inside in the dark, right, and not be reliant on the sun, you can just hit the L or R buttons to adjust it, which is pretty cool. There's some cool tech on the Game Boy Advance cards that you can't really replicate. Although some things do work, like Drill Dozer is a Game Boy Advance game from Game Freak. It's a really fun platformer. If you ever get a chance to check it out, highly recommend it. The original cart has a feedback motor in it. It has vibrate. And if you load that into the Game Boy player on a GameCube, it'll actually transfer that to your GameCube controller if you use a wired controller. I use a Wavebird, and the Wavebird doesn't have vibration, which hardly ever, I don't really need it that much, I don't think. They want to get into those games in the future. They're cool games. I like those games a lot. All right. I don't know what else I have to say on these. On these two, this one is the only one that's going to give me some trouble here, and I had to go to some stupid extreme routes for it. So if I can swap these around, try and get a better shot of this. I hope this is interesting, and I'm not just boring you to death here. Love Drill Dozer on NSO. Oh, yeah, it's on NSO. The last time I played it was on the Wii U, because it was on the Virtual Console there. So I know the anatomy of this. Basically, you have two different ROM chips, and then you have the mapper chip, which is the VRC6. It's often called the VRC6A because it's slightly different. There's two pins that are flipped on this versus the other two units. Like your funny words, Soldering Man. Played Lunar Nights DS Boktai sequel. No sensor though. Did they have like a sensor or something on it? Did the DS have a sensor? I know the DS had like a lot of sensors on it that you just can't reproduce. But you may notice something, eagle-eyed viewers may notice, looking at this, between these two ROM chips, they're a little bit different. This is a 32-pin chip, and that is the standard for everything basically 1 megabit or higher. This chip is 2 megabits. This chip is 1 megabit, but it's only 28 pins. And so any chip that I get today that's 1 megabit is going to be 32 pins. And that is an issue. Not a big issue. So first, if we put this over here, this is how you would have to install it. You would have 2 pins on the front, on that, this is pin 1, marked by a little dot there. You have the 2 pins on that end hanging off. And you'd have to run some jumper wires. But aside from 1 pin on here, all these other pins match up and it just drops right in. However, you may notice it's covering this little hole here now. And that hole corresponds to this peg that goes all the way through. So if I wanted to just put that chip in there, I would have to saw this peg down. And I don't want to permanently modify these. So I've got a solution for that, but it's going to be a little bit more involved. On regular NES, which I'm going to open up this NES Open here. Look at that hair. There you go. There's the flesh. You can see my identifiable freckles there. There is a human in there somewhere. So I'm just going to open this up, and it's got these security screws. You need a special bit for these. Common as dirt now. Most NES carts will have 3 screws. Some of the earlier ones have 5 screws, and some, but not all of those, are actually Famicom games with an adapter board. That's from the earliest production run of the NES in the US. They didn't have boards ready for the US, so they would just take the Famicom board and slap it in here with an adapter that would adapt it to the US. So if you wanted one of those, it used to be common to for people to like comb through those carts and look for anything that had 5 screw holes in the back to try to get that adapter. They used to be really sought after. And that's what you would use if you wanted to modify your US NES system to be able to play Famicom carts and have the expansion audio. You'd have to get one of those adapters. So this is an NES board. You can see the pins are different. Different size, different spacing on it. Probably different size, different spacing. They don't match up at all. And there's some pins that are not on the US boards. So this one's a little bit more complicated. US boards will always have more chips on them. This particular board has a ROM chip. This is a program ROM. And sometimes they'll have a character ROM. This one has a character RAM. So the whole game is contained on this one chip. And then it has a volatile RAM chip that it uses, that it kind of dumps data to, and then uses this RAM chip to build the frame and send out. A lot of games will use 2, like these all use 2 chips, program and character, and they kind of split it up that way. And then you've got your save RAM, which these 2 are basically the same thing. Battery backed with the mapper chip. This is the MMC1B mapper, different from the 1A. The 1A has a clone chip you can get, but they never cloned the 1B that I found. So if you want to make an NES game like this, you just kind of have to get a donor to get that. And then this chip is the CIC chip. It's a lockout chip. In order to prevent unauthorized cart production in the US, Nintendo added this chip that communicates to a chip in the NES unit that confirms it's an official NES cartridge. Although there's a lot of easy ways to break that. And there were some third-party publishers who still made their own cards. But this chip is a 32-pin chip, but the pinout is different. So when I replace this, I'll have to add some wires to it to map out to the other pins. And like I said, these are, easy as pie to get into. And that moves to my next thing, which is the batteries. Even if you don't want to modify your Famicom games, if it's one that uses a battery, you really should open it up and check it. Because the only way you're really going to know if that battery is okay is by checking it out, open up, check the voltage on it, physically, confirm its functionality. I'm going to set this one down here. This is the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to replace this battery. So you might not be able to see it real well from here. But when we look at this, it's a standard CR2032 battery with tabs welded to it. They're very common. You can get these DigiKey mouse or get them from a reputable source. Get good stuff. That the OG iFixit driver? It is. It is. I had this for a while. I've got one of their newer sets, which came in handy. Sometimes it's nicer to have a bigger handle, but it had some other bits I needed. But this is the OG iFixit with the extension that pretty much is permanently on there, but can be used to get some extra torque. I really like it. I've been happy with it. I've had this for years and years. Most of the tools I have are like older, almost as old as I am here. But this battery, I don't even have to check the voltage on it. You can see, look at that crud. Look at that deliciousness there. Yeah, so this battery has started to leak. It's no good. You need to get this out and clean this up. And it's gotten so bad that the bottom tab is starting to disconnect. Not because it's like really inflating too much. It's just that the corrosion is eating that metal away. So that's what I'm going to start with. I'm going to start pulling that off. On this board, just going over the anatomy of these. Less chips. Of course, we have the VRC6 mapper chip. That's what we're here for. I can't, I would need this chip, and the only way you're going to get it is off of one of these boards. You're not going to find this on the open market. Some assorted capacitors, resistors, and such. This chip is a battery management chip. It manages power between the power when this is plugged in and the battery, and helps ensure that your SRAM here, your save RAM, stays powered. It's interesting, like the save RAM is like this weird short chip. It can be doubled up here. They've got the pins for it, so they could use either one on this board. And then you have the two mask ROMs, and they're labeled. You know which one is which one's program, which one's character, because it ends with P. This is program chip, and character is the character chip. It's not a strict rule, but basically what they would do is they would have two different chips and then roughly split it between the main game code on the program and all the sprite data on the character or text. That's originally what character was for text. You'd have like your font, your character map of fonts on a character ROM. His hands. I've got some hands. What's up, Brother Doom? Let's say hi to Brother Doom. Hi, Brother Doom. How you doing? Oh! Oh, I just knocked something over there. Damn my clumsy hands. Well, that rolled far. I actually need that for later. Where did you go? Can't get my flashlight out here. I have so much stuff around here. Very limited space down here in the cave. If it wasn't clear, I'm not in my usual streaming spot. I didn't expect Jum to have other people's hands lying around. Yep, happy 2 years. Oh, thank you. And a happy birthday. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What are you talking about? That's my hand. Didn't expect me to take the glove off. Nobody expects that. I gotta mute for a sec so I can look for this. I've got others of this part, but it would be nice not to have to dig in all of them. I'm gonna need to find it eventually. Give me 1 second here. All right, I found it. I've got, what am I looking at down here? I got a stack of hard drives that I need to take somewhere to dispose of. What have we got? Like 10 hard drives here. Old mechanical drives. I just don't know what to do with them. Two 3DO units. Because one of them died. And they're hard to get a good price, so I ended up bidding on 2 of them. I still got a good enough price on both of them that it was like just buying one, but that means I now have 3 3DOs, 2 of which work. And they're just kind of, they're just permanently down here under the workbench. Like, it's good enough. It's not. Okay, save you guys have a good stream. All right, Jum, thanks for dropping in. Good to see ya. I get a sip of my slurry here. Okay, well, let's commence some soldering. So I have a couple links in the bottom, in the description. One of the links is to my favorite tool that I bought a couple of years ago. I am hard pressed to recommend it though. If you do a lot of through-hole repair work, like replacing these chips or through-hole capacitors, that sort of thing, desoldering this stuff can be a real pain. And if you don't do it properly, which can be hard without the right tools, you can damage the traces. If you put heat on your traces for too long, you're gonna end up pulling the pad right off and then have to do a bunch of work to repair that. They do make a tool that's just like a plunger. It's like a plastic spring-loaded plunger with a silicone tip, and basically you heat up the end with a soldering iron, right? And then don't hold your soldering iron like this, you'll melt your fingers off. Heat up the end with soldering iron and then get that plunger in there and, you know, spring-loaded sucks that stuff out there. I can recommend those. They do work. They're just tedious. And you have to be quick about it, and it can be tough. What I use, because I do a lot of through-hole stuff, is this bad boy from Hakko. The FR301, which this is from 2022. I think I paid $200, maybe $250 for this. And what this is a soldering iron with a hollow tip and a suction motor that will suck the solder out into this chamber here. And so you go over all the points you needed to solder and just suction the stuff out. This tool makes all those jobs so much easier. But I just looked today, and I think it was like $370. And I'm like, man, I can't recommend that. There are cheaper versions of this that you can get. If you do a lot of 3-hole stuff, I highly recommend it. But if you just need to do one thing, pay like $5-10 and get one of those like smaller tube units. Because yeah, that's a lot of money. I'm not going to talk about my soldering iron too much. It's a Weller. It's an older Weller. I don't think they make it anymore. There's newer soldering irons now that have fancier tips that are much better with thermal control. I don't have one of those. Oh, they had the old blue one with the yellow button, cylinder shape 30 years ago. Yeah. I mean, the stuff, it works well. The one thing you don't want to do is just go over it with some solder braid, because you'll just, it's a nightmare. You can clean stuff up with that, but it's not good for that stuff. Weather's all over Marketplace. Yeah, Weather is solid. Weather used to be like the standard, but now they've been replaced by a lot of soldering irons that have very expensive tips, because the tip has a thermal element built into it. So instead of like heating up a metal tip, the tip itself has all of the stuff in it, so you get more consistent temperatures. It was like the pine cell is one that I keep seeing people talk about. Also, a lot of them are like powered by USB-C, and I'm just like, I guess that's neat. I don't really need to be portable with my soldering iron. I don't know. I just want to find a picture of the solder pump. There we go. It's like Adafruit, if you will. The solder sucker. They're $5. It's $5. It's $5. $5 foot long. Dun-dun. There we go. It changed windows. All right. Yeah, one of these bad boys. Silicone heat resistant tip. You just heat the tip, put it over it, push this, bang, pulls out. They do work. They do work. It's just slow. As long as I gotta drop a deuce. Thanks for sharing, Parhenmo. Good to know. Will you enjoy your deucer rating? Okay, so I guess before I touch the battery on this, I'm gonna go over like the base process we're gonna go with on these. So in order to translate the ROM, first you have to have a translation, right? And I've got translations for these. This is the particular one I chose for Castlevania 3. There's a couple different ones. You can find this on romhamhacking.net. That's where I go for a lot of stuff. There's a lot of sites that have different ROM hacks and translations and things. Some of the other ones, like ROM Hack Plaza, I think is the big one now. When you download the ROM, there's an option to patch it through the website, which is very cool. Very cool. Otherwise, you got to have some tools. It's not that big of a deal. But this is English translation that they've made that retranslates it. So it's not just taking the script of the American version, retranslates it. They even drew a new English character. They called it Romanized logo for it. It does mean some of the names are different, but it's pretty good. Really cool if do with GBA games like Legendary Starfy. You can do GBA games. They're quite a bit more difficult, just because the size of the chip. And once they get smaller, it's harder to take something standard and rewire it to fit. For a lot of games, I recommend flash drives. Even for this, that was the whole, but why? But why do this, right? The EverDrive N8 Pro exists. Let me look up. There are very few mappers not supported by it. However, there's always a question. Now, it's been a while since I've seen anyone question like whether or not the EverDrive N8 Pro, like how good it does with mapper chips. It's $160. You're probably going to pay more. Crix and EverDrive are located in the Ukraine, so shipping can be, you know, understandably difficult. So you'll pay more in shipping. Otherwise, you can get these from in the U.S. from like Stone Age Gamer. But this is the mapper support. Supported mappers, 228. Can you imagine how many mappers there are? These are not all numbered sequentially because it goes from like, you know, 255 to 261, 234 up to 555. All these white ones are unsupported. The majority of the mappers that you're going to want are supported. I know one mapper that they're probably never going to support only exists in one game, and it's to control the AI in a shogi game. But it contains audio hardware, so if your NES is modified, this actually can do the expansion audio. But sometimes it's like just a little bit off. It's FPGA-based emulation. I have no beef with FPGA, but it's not always quite right. And sometimes for me, it's just like the charm of having that. That said, for a lot of other stuff, like for the Sega Genesis, just get a Mega Drive. Because aside from like one cart, there's no special hardware. It's just an EEPROM. Same for the GBA. Unless you want that special, like the light sensors, which he doesn't have anything listed yet. The EverDrive GBA, $100. There are cheaper options. Your mileage will vary. I generally tend to trust EverDrive. They've been around for a while. They're pretty consistent, not frequent, but consistent with updates and fixing issues. They also have a version of this for the Famicom, which I might buy at some point. The Mega EverDrive Pro can also emulate Sega CD. Does a pretty damn good job of it. Same Turbo EverDrive Pro can emulate CD. I don't have this. I have a Summer Kart 64, which is an open source project. I just want to check it out. I don't have a beef with this price. Some people would say they're overpriced, and I guess to each their own. They also got a Game Boy Color. They get pretty up there. And that's for me in the US. If you're not in the US, you may be paying a premium over that. FX Pack Pro is pretty cool. But there's some stuff that doesn't run right, like Mega Man X2 potentially has issues because the timing of the CX4 chip isn't quite correct. So like the Game Boy Advance stuff, I would generally recommend get yourself like a GBA EverDrive. Just takes an SD card, pop it in. These will work in your Game Boy Advance. These will work on the Game Boy Player and the GameCube. Well worth it. Well worth it. For your legally obtained ROMs. Because of the 3D grid. Yeah, like it does emulate it. The game will work. You could play the whole game through on it, and you might not notice. And that's the thing. Realistically, you may never notice the issues. Dang, my monitor's around here. So, the first thing I need to do is I need to get the ROMs, the software, off of these chips onto my computer. And then I can patch them with the translation. Then I have to split that file back out to these two and then write that to an EEPROM. And so the way we get these out is this bad mamma jamma. This is the open source cart reader. There's a link to the GitHub in the description. This 3D printed case is not quite all there. This bad boy will read carts from the NES, the Famicom, the Super Famicom, and Super Nintendo. They're basically the same thing. N64, as well as memory packs through a controller. You have to plug a controller in if you have the external memory pack for N64. Sega Genesis, Mega Drive, Master System, and more. Oh, and also Game Boy and Game Boy Advance through here. If I could get this off. You know what's in there. There we go. It's funny, when I try to pull it off, it won't come off. And if I bump it slightly, it'll fall out and fall behind my desk, and it's a whole nightmare. You can pop the game in there. So this is useful for 3 functions. What's up, Reeb? How you doing? This is useful for 3 functions. The main reason I got is for dumping carts onto it, and then I can put them on my flash drive, emulator, whatever. I don't know the real legality of all of that, but this is for my own personal use. I'm not selling anything, so it should be fine. The other thing is it can dump the saves off of games. So if your battery is dying, but your save's still on it, you could back up the save, replace the battery, and then write the save back to it. I think, but I'm not sure. It may also have a function to reset the real-time clock on your Game Boy Advance Pokemon games. Otherwise, there's a way to do that with a DS and a DS flash cart. We're almost finished ending Resident Evil finale. Been working on that for a while. I'm looking forward to that. Let me get... My cable that I use to power this does not reach far enough, so I got to use a USB battery to power this, which should be good. I have used it before. So I'm going to take this cart. We're going to drop it in. You want to make sure the front side is correct. If you're not sure, for Famicom carts, look for the long middle pin. This long middle-ish pin, I believe is a ground pin. It's on the front. So that's how you know this is the front. You'll see there's no longer pin on the back. Otherwise, just remember when you pull it out of the case. We'll drop this bad boy in. And power it on. And then we'll go to NES Famicom. And it's going to scan it and try and match it up with the database. If I get any gripes about this may get cut. So this is Senkai Madara, Japan. Mapper 26, which is the VRC6. 256K program size, 256K character size, which is 2 megabit. Yeah, that's 2 megabit. It's computer math. It gets confusing in 8K. All right, so we can, this is the current settings. We can read an INES ROM, which is a format for ROMs for emulation. So the way emulation works with an NES is that you have a file that contains 2 to 3 files combined. First, you have a header, and that describes what the game is, what mapper to use, what save to use. Basically, all the different hardware functions are contained in that header, describes it to the emulator. And then you have your program ROM, and if there is a character ROM, that too, and they're all combined into one file. You can also, on this, just dump the program and character, and we can read the save, write the save. Also, if you have certain flash-based repro carts, you can program them from this, optionally. I can't do it with mine because it's not the right type of cart. But I'm going to dump this. I'm going to read this cart. And it's going to check the CRC32. And it's going to compare that to the database, and that's how it knows if it's a good dump or not. And generally speaking, if you use this and you don't get a good read off of it, yep, and there it matches up, so we're good. If you don't get a good read, your pins are dirty. That's like 99% of the time. But this does all the stuff. This is what I put all my games through, back stuff up. And when I do play on the original hardware, it uses the backup saves. And that's pretty much that. So I just want to show that. I've actually already got this written off of here. And then you would take the SD card out and then pop that in the computer and transfer the file over, and then you would apply the patch. Well, we'll get back in there. There we go. All right. Set all this back over there. So that's, I have already dumped the other game, if I can back up without entangling every cable in front of me. The other games, and copy this stuff over, but I wanted to demonstrate that. I bought that as a kit. From Bonzo's Retro Shop for, was it 150 bucks? It may have been a little bit more when I got it. It is an open source project. There's lots of kits out there. I was happy with this guy, but I did notice after I bought it, there is some surface mount soldering you may have to do. Otherwise, it's all through hole stuff. It's a lot, but it's through hole. It's pretty easy. But I noticed on this, he said, kits no longer include components pre-soldered to the main board for RTC and V-Select. All RTC components are no longer included. V-Select PCB with small components pre-soldered is not included for use in installation. Okay. So there is a V-Select PCB with small components pre-soldered. Okay. And then I guess you have to get the real-time clock separately. Some of the issues, like the screen and the real-time clock, were like third-party products. And some of them like went out of production and then they had trouble getting compatible stuff. It's kind of a goofy thing with it. But they also sell adapters. Like here's a Virtual Boy adapter, the Vectrex Odyssey. There's a PC Engine one. What's up, Utter Chaos? Welcome in. So technically alien stuff, purple. That's why I got the purple. Gotta get that classic purple. But it's if you have a lot of cartridge games that you want to read for yourself, and I'm just gonna say, we all know those ROMs are out there. But I'm telling you, to obtain your ROMs legally, but yeah, it's useful. If you have a large collection of console like cartridge-based games, especially the ones with saves, you want to back them up, this is a very good option. We'll cover all your bases on it. Probably should have linked that in there, but there's other places you can get kits. You can get them fully built too. Go away, you AI Junkamunk. Swears. Okay, so now we've got that file in there. Let's take a quick look at the board itself, because we're going to need some information, and the main information we're going to need is how big are the chips, and what are they, and what pins are. So before you even crack this bad boy open, before you've even opened one of these up, you can get a look at this board and see if it's something you think you can work with. And you can do that by going to nestcartdb.com, and you can search for your carts. And they have information on the hardware and carts. It's pretty damn complete. You have information on carts, images of the cart, like pretty decent pictures of the cart, right? And they'll tell you which chip is the mask or the character ROM, the program ROM. You get a lot of information on it, what kind of mapper it uses. The mappers, the reason they have these numbers, that's from the old iNES, which is an old Nintendo mapper, NES emulator. And it numbered mappers. And now all the nomenclature around it, when people refer to it, everything goes back to that iNES. The iNES header kind of standardized that stuff. And so mappers are known by number, generally speaking, when you look at this stuff. That'll tell you how much, your RAM is, what parts are included, what kind of mapper it uses. Monster Rancher 1 and 2 Extreme 1. I think I saw that was on sale. I gotta check that out. What's up, Dum Drum? Welcome in. How you doing? I gotta check that after stream to see if it is still on sale or not. So you can get all the information on this. So we can look at the Madara Yosuke Madara and Mahu Densetsu, and this will tell you like, hey, this is a DIP 28. One thing it won't tell you is what the pinout of these chips are. They're fairly standardized, even if they're like the non-standard standard. You just like go check around Nest Dev and places like that, and you can find out. I found discussion about these games where people are like, "Oh yeah, they're just standard chips." Speaking of sales, just got the deluxe version, Yakuza Infinite Wealth, $25. Ooh, nice. I get like all kinds of notifications from Steam about sales, and I haven't called them yet. I've spent too much money lately. I still have more I can spend, but I'm trying to hold on to some of it. Ironically, standard was still full 60. I bought Alan Wake 2 for the PS5, and the physical deluxe version was cheaper than even the standard digital version when I bought it. And I was just like, well, why wouldn't I buy this? I mean, the thing with like physical on modern consoles it's really digital. That disc doesn't have a lot of anything on it. A lot of them do have installers, but like most of the time it's going to be downloading that stuff. Alan Wake 2 is now free in PS Plus. I don't pay for PS Plus. And I own it, so now it's free for me forever. No, it ports Monster Rancher 1 and 2DX on my phone to have access to the Steam Deck all the time. You gotta have that. You gotta have that Monster Rancher on you. You gotta keep it on your person at all times. What's up, Crooked Gamer? How's it going? Thank you for the happy anniversary wishes. So the main thing I'm looking at here is, what is the size we need? And so this is where we get to the goofy world of computer math. So we have two different ROMs here. We have a program ROM and a character ROM, and they're each 256 kilobytes. That's not actually true, but that's what everybody uses now. It's actually kibibytes, because the kilobytes, technically, the math is a base 1024, so 1024 bytes is a kilobyte. 1,000 bytes is a kibibyte. But it gets worse. It gets worse than that. Because when you go to buy these chips, it won't be listed as 256 kilobyte. It will be listed in the 8-bit breakdown, which is 1 megabit, which is equal to 256 kilobytes. You could just multiply this by 8. All right, so double is 512, right? And then double that is 1. Or are these 2? No, these are 2, right? Correct? Yeah, the 2 megabit. 8 times 256, 512. Okay, yeah, that's 2 megabit. Oh, I think it'd be anything under a megabyte anymore. Yeah, NES games comparatively are incredibly small. You get to the Super Nintendo, and then they will be like 4 or 8 or 16 or 32 megabit. The 32 megabit is 4 megabytes. I think like Mega Man X2 is I think that's 16 megabit, which is 2 megabytes. Very small, very small. Mobile versions of Disc Masters the same on Steam, Switch now separate apps without the launcher. I don't really do much mobile stuff. And I've lost track of it so much that I forget. If someone tells me they're playing a game on their cell phone, my mind is like, what do you mean? Like, are you playing snakes on there? What are you talking about? And then I look at it and I'm like, oh, that's just a game you could get on Steam. Like, they got real games on there now. And I feel bad. because I'm misrepresenting what exactly mobile means anymore. The line is growing ever thinner. Playing Umu Musume on my phone, but that's a gacha game. That's a gacha game. I expect those to be on the phone. I don't mean to say that's crappy gacha games. I'm not particularly fond of the gacha games, but I don't think they're terrible. I do like the artwork. I think the horse ladies are cute looking, and I like the animation. I've seen a lot of clips of the gold chip VTuber doing presentations, and it makes me laugh. Seen the details in this jiggle physics. on the horse girls? Is that what we're? I guess they are ladies. They are ladies, and they do like the ladies. So this is what we need. We need some 2 megabit chips for this. Parallel chips, flash or EEPROM. I chose EEPROM this time. They're one-time program EEPROM chips. So I know what I need for that. Even if you didn't have this, you could find it with software too, but this is really useful. You can look at like any game up for this. We can look at like Metroid. Metroid's an interesting one. Any of the Mega Man games, if you're curious what was inside those. Metroid is interesting to me because the Metroid there's PCB classes too. There's a lot going on here. I just need something stable in my life. Oh! You should go to jail for that one, Sky. That's very good. So the Metroid was originally released for the Famicom Disk System, which meant that it had more space than cartridges could do at the time. It could save directly, and it had more RAM to work with because of the adapter that the Famicom Disk System plugged into. The Famicom had extra RAM and extra audio in it. And so when they ported it to cartridge, this is what we get. There's no battery. There's a space where a battery could go, but there's no battery. You cannot save. It has an insane password system. What's funny about that is on this board, you've got a program ROM, read-only memory, non-volatile, character RAM, it's volatile, which means there's nothing on it till the program runs. There's a mapper, MMC1A, and then this, which is SRAM, but they use it for WRAM or work RAM. But this basically, electrically, all you're missing is a battery and this thing could save. The game still wouldn't save. It would have to be programmed to do so. But they're already using all of the most expensive parts, but they needed this extra work RAM to make the game run. And you know what? Metroid still runs kind of bad. I think even the disk system game was not that performative. So game optimization problems are not really new. It goes all the way back. But that kind of info is useful if you're trying to make a game. I want to look up a game that exemplifies what this up to. I will get to the soldering. I know I've been in for like an hour here and I've been jibbering jabbing on the background. I'm going to heat the soldering iron up here in a second, swap that battery out. I like this stuff. I'm geeking out about it. I hope you don't mind. What's up, Twilly? Welcome in. We fixed the NES cartridges. I am making some translated Japanese carts so that I can get access to that sweet, sweet Konami VRC6 sound on some of these carts. And then I'm going to make a repro cart too. But welcome in. How you do? ROM and RAM, then mapper and work RAM. Yeah. So the difference between ROM and RAM is ROM is read-only memory, so it cannot be written to. And typically it's non-volatile. It's permanently written to. Data's on there, whether you got power or not. RAM is, random access memory. It can be written to and read from. Generally speaking, it's volatile. It will not retain its contents if it doesn't have power. And they'll append letters to that. So, like if they're using the RAM for work, it would be WRAM. If they're using it to save, it'll be SRAM. if they're using it for the character to be character RAM. And those you don't have to worry about changing out. There is also a method that you could use this Madara board by employing larger EPROMs and some additional hardware to split those EPROMs. You could make a multi-cart that contains Madara, Esper Dream 2, and Akumaju Densetsu all on one cart. It's a little more complicated than I want to deal with, but you could do that. People have done that. Just do a lot of soldering, solder together an AM radio. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I've been soldering for a long time, and I kind of, my stuff was kind of collecting dust for a while until I started working on consoles. Just because I kind of ran out of stuff to build, and I just got tired of making like off-the-shelf kits, and then I have the thing and be like, the only thing I was interested in was the soldering, and I don't want this thing. And nobody else wants it. So now that I'm working on consoles, is like, I want this thing, and I want it to work. And also I want to solder it to the point that if I get an old console off eBay and it doesn't need to be repaired, I am heartbroken. I am crushed. But there are other carts you may want to do this kind of translation to, and you may find issues, particularly in the Japanese. So typically speaking, in the American market, aside from a couple examples, like Star Fox or Super Nintendo is like this, Tetris on Game Boy, a couple other games, but generally speaking, in the US, you're always going to have these actual chips that can be removed and replaced. However, there was some games, mostly in Japan, a lot of games in Japan, use what they call glob tops, which is that instead of having a chip that you solder to the board, they just make the chip on the board and then cover it with a blob of epoxy. And I'm trying to find the game that I'm thinking of that did not get a US release, but has an English fan translation. Megami Tensei, Digital Devil Story. And you may think, I want to play Megami Tensei on real hardware. And so I'm going to get a Megami Tensei cart off of eBay, right? And now I'm going to pop a chip in. And then you get it. Well, this one's good. Maybe it's the second one. It's the second one. Okay, I forget what I was talking about Megami Tensei. I'm talking about Megami Tensei 2. And this is your board. It's a bunch of glob tops. And underneath that is like the raw circuit. There's no translating this card. And now it doesn't want to load. I think I read that like Cloudflare was down and a bunch of the internet was down. Is my stream gonna die? This webpage is just like, oh, I give up. I think it might have. Lignas card TB gave up. Anyway, long story short, if I could ever get this to return, I don't know, did the site just go down? Or is it just that picture that you decide was toast? So Megami Tensei, on this new tab, yeah, it's glob tops. So there's no chip to replace on this. There's nothing you can do with this. Stream's fine so far. That's good. It said the connection says it's fine, but sometimes OBS has said we're good, and then YouTube just dies. So yeah, there's nothing to work with on that. And this uses the Namcot, because Namco used to go by Namcot. Don't ask me what that's about. I think their name was like a combination, like Fishbowl Enterprises, whatever. It was just like two companies, and then became Namco. We use the Namcot 163 PCB, so it uses Mapper 19, which is a Namcot 163. It's their own mapper chip, right? So you wanted to make this. You really wanted to make this an English language cart. You would not really be able to do it with this, but you could look at the Namco 163 and see other boards that were on there. And that's a glob top. I think this is too. Right? And you can go through and, here we go. Dragon Ninja, right? It's the same mapper chip, right? And now I've got chips I can just take off of here and I can work with it. Which might work, but probably doesn't. Because I think that, well, first off, this doesn't save, so you'd have to add a save circuit. And I think you may have to access audio too, so you probably have to take this chip off and do some work on it. But it's at least more doable than the other thing. But again, you might look at all of this stuff and just continue to say, but why? It's just because it's fun. It's fun and you like the taste of it. What's up, Nix? Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for the raid. How you doing? How you doing? We're just about to splash some hot solder around. I was going to go over the software end of this, where we're dealing with these things, and then start melting some stuff. Welcome, Raiders. I don't have my button. I gotta find a gotta get a link here. Manually grab a link. No, not that. If my browser will load things. How was your stream? How was your stream? Digimon story. Ooh, nice. Get a shout out. Typing is a little bit awkward. Got a lot of juggling on stuff here. I don't have my usual buttons. I'm not in my usual streaming location. We completed 2 more areas, making some progress. Nice, 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 nice. Happy anniversary. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm amazed I made it this long. Amazed I didn't just say, I'm done with this. But I've been enjoying it a lot. I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. As long as the bus doesn't roll through here and run me over. But that's unlikely. That's unlikely. But thank you very much for the raid. So where was I? All right, so now we know what the chips we want. And we've got our ROM. And I'm gonna load up this ROM in a program. Upon. There's my button. All right. I was a siren going. I have no idea how any of this works, so be sure not to touch anything. It's good not to touch anything. I should wave hi to all of the raiders. Hopefully I don't knock anything over this time, since this is the Handcam stream. Everyone comes for the hams. Hey everybody, welcome raiders, welcome. We're working on some Famicom cartridges today, so I hope you will enjoy while I nerd out about old video game hardware. I get my gloves back on so I can work on the chemicals with this. So I've gone over sort of like the hardware and the chips and why I want to do this and what we're doing with it. So I've dumped the ROM. So I have the ROM, and we have the software FamiROM, which will help us split out these ROMs. It will tell us what the size of this stuff is. That's the wrong one though. That's the wrong one. Where is Madoka? I mean, I can do this one too. Madara. The devil is Madara. I mean, that one I should do too. Here we go. Madara. I know it was off because the sizes are wrong. So this will tell us these sizes. You can actually change this, because you might find it's cheaper to get a bigger ROM chip than it is to try and get a smaller one. And you pretty much just put it in there. You just duplicate garbage data on the rest of it. Or just like, if it's double the size, you just put the ROM on it twice. And then you can tie the highest address pin high or low, and it basically splits the chip in half. So it's doable. You don't have to use the exact size. Equal to or greater will work. It's easiest if you just use equal. And so what this will do is this will split off our ROM file into the separate program and character ROMs. It will remove the header, and then those files we can take into a programmer to program onto to write to an EEPROM or flash chip. And this should let me open up the IPS for this and patch it. And then I can just dump this patched and have it all set to go. And so we hit split, and it doesn't say anything because the process is like, oh, I'm done. It doesn't even bother to tell you that it's done. It just does it, which is fine. But usually you want software to be like, hey, it's all good now. You can do that. I'm just gonna open this up. I couldn't do a window capture on it because it doesn't get all of the windows. Where did you put that? Morio Sakai Mara. And there we go. And so then, yeah, we're left with the patched ROM. And you can patch it separately using Lunar IPS as a patcher. If you go to ROM Hack Plaza, they've got a place on the site where you can patch it from there. So now we've got the character, the program, and the character ROM. So now we can open up our software to flash these things. Let me get the hardware going for this. And there's our cable. So this is the programmer that I use. This is from Embedded Computing. This is the FlashCat USB export. And this actually, get this off without bending everything. This is the programmer, and it has adapters you get for the different chip sizes. So this is a 32-pin chip. This is what they call a ZIF socket, which is zero insertion force. Has a little lever on it. You load your chip in and pins it down, so you can easily pop chips in and out without having to fight with a socket that's entire job is to keep the chip from falling out. It does have these switches on it, which is nice because it will work with a lot of different chips that have the same sort of size to them. All right, so I need some 2 megabit chips here. Let's make sure this is 2 megabit. This is the Atmel AT27CO20. And the only thing we need in that is 2.0, which is how we know it's 2 megabit. And that 55U is the time. There's plenty of stats for these. I just know that because I spent a lot of time looking at EEPROMs. So I've kind of memorized what a lot of these are. But I bought this, and I specifically got the part. So I know what this is. So we take that, and we pop it in here. There's a dot right there that tells us what the pin 1 is, which lines up to the little notch on the end there. Tighten it down, and we plug this in the computer, and we're good to go. We plug this in. Hopefully all my USB ports don't just go insane when I plug this stuff in. The Pink Panther music. This is from BGMer, and BGMer has quite a few tracks that are like, clearly this is the Pink Panther song, but legally distinct. They have one, the Y files, which is very fun, because it's essentially just the X files. Okay. Let me get this Up here, let's get this into the right mode. It's not flash. It's a EEPROM OTP, which stands for one-time program, and has a 12-volt VPP. That's a programming voltage. And so this should detect our EEPROM, and it does. Detects this properly. I've already programmed one of these chips, and I did label it. So which one did I already do? I did the Modera Prog. So now I need the Modera character. This is the contents of the chip right now. It's all blank. It's got nothing on it. It should be. This is a one-time programmable. There is no erasing it. There's no do-overs. Write data to memory. So I just gotta navigate to that. Yeah, that's the advantage of using either newer flash chips, because you could just erase it. If you could get EEPROMs, which is electronically erasable, programmable read-only memory, then you could erase those and rewrite them if something goes wrong. If you got the older UV style, UV erasable electronic or erasable programmable read-only memory, you could do that. I have not had good luck getting surplus UV erasable chips. I haven't seen EEPROMs available in a while. The reason I didn't go with Flash for this project, Flash requires like a very simple rewire. You just gotta like flip 2 pins, short 2 pins, run 1 jumper over. It's a little ugly. It's not the worst. There's definitely worse. But I just want to give these a shot. I think Flash chips are like $1 cheaper too. So if you're gonna do this, I'd say get Flash and just do the extra rewiring. Because honestly, if you do this with like regular mask ROM carts that have Nintendo's standard pinout, you're gonna have to have different jumper wires anyway, so it's not gonna matter. Get something you can redo. But for this side, I'm like, I'll just get these. It'll be fine. It'll write these fine. What could possibly go wrong, right? Nothing ever goes wrong. Patched character. Okay, and then well, you can't even see that. We'll tell it to write. So now it's writing. Rewired, good for you. We're gonna jump this real good. We're gonna jump this real good. These 2 VRC6 carts will not require rewiring the way I'm doing them. If I end up doing the NES cart, the American NES cart, that will require some rewiring. But I may not get to that because I've been jabbering on too much. As long as I get one of these done, I'm happy. I'd like to get both of these done. I'd like to get all 3 done. The most important part of this, besides waiting and not touching it and unplugging it and flipping the chip out before it's done, you gotta wait, just gotta wait, is when it's done, there's a function to confirm the data. And that's the really important part. We're going to compare memory contents with a button. Fingers crossed, holding my breath. Oh my God. 8% mismatch. What have you wrought? Oh boy. It's mismatching all over the place. Well, that's unfortunate. Is this set properly? for my pins and everything. Confused. It's probably too late. May have had something flipped incorrectly on it. That's why I always buy extras. Yeah, I mean, they're a couple bucks a piece. Never hurts to get an extra one. I'm gonna try writing this again. I don't think the voltage was set properly, which is my mistake. Let's see here. Yeah. It's all good. FFFFF. So much Final Fantasy. So much. All right, that looks better. It looks like it actually wrote. Oh, now we'll compare. We'll see if this is better. Otherwise, I got spares. A spare. %100 match. All right, there we go. Always check your switch. I even pointed out the switchers. I remember now why that was flipped. Oh, you can't see it. Well, you can see it on the bottom there. You can see on the bottom here, 100% match. It gives me some more information on here. I'm just gonna do it one more time, just to be on the safe side. Because once you solder these in, I mean, you can just desolder them. It's fine. It's fine. 100% match. Okay, we are good. Go ahead and just unplug that. Let it complain at me. Okay. And that is basically that. For that. So that is the software with the embedded computing FlashCat. There are other options. What's funny is I see people reference a certain programmer a bunch. I don't remember the name of it. And I don't get it because it's not in production. So everything you get is some variant of clone that may or may not work. And then it just seems like it doesn't work with a lot of stuff. The embedded computing one was really nice. How much did that cost? I don't really want to do like a breakdown of like, let me tell you what everything costs. I think the chips were like $3 or $4 a pop. You know, Cygon I've had forever. I'd already mentioned the desoldering gun, which was like $250. I paid $150 for the cart dumper. This was $45 for the base unit. And then I also needed the parallel socket. I have a lot of these because I program a lot of different chips. I have a lot of different types of these. It is the DIP 32 Plus, which was $18. So these adapters are like mostly like really generously priced. This is $18. So what was that? 45, 18, it's like 60 bucks. I've spent way more than that because I have a lot of different adapters for a lot of different chip sizes. Some of them I needed this thing one time because this project needed this one chip with its one pin out. And I had to buy the adapter for it for $40 because no one makes that part anymore. That was aggravating. But it worked, and it's like, all right, if this ever comes up again, it won't. That's the downside when you start spending like serious money on tools, is like, if you only need it once and you have to buy it, you can't rent it. Oh, do I want to do this? I need to do this. And now I've got this thing I'm never going to use again. I don't think I'll ever need a Nemometer, which is a pressure sensor used for gas furnaces for setting up the correct gas pressure. I needed that when I replaced my brother's gas valve and the heat exchanger in his furnace. We got that going. I had to check the pressure on that. It wasn't very expensive. I'm never going to need that again. And in fact, I have no idea where it is now. All right, so we got Modera program here. Whoop, these aren't quite lined up. There's Modera Prog. I'm going to put a little label on this one for Modera Cha. You don't need these, but it helps when to mark them so you don't get them mixed up, because they gotta go to the right place. They gotta go. If you put them in the wrong spot, you're gonna have a bad time. I actually need to some more. It stuck to my gloves. It doesn't matter how neat it is. This is all gonna be entombed. No one's ever gonna see it. Hopefully. All right. So we got those two chips. They're ready to go. Now we just got to tackle this battery here. This battery here, which is these two solder tabs. And these can be a pain. Out of the box, the desolder gun has this tip, which clearly is not going to fit here. It's made for regular standard pins. That does a really good job of it. So a lot of people will just heat this up with an iron and drag it through. It works. I don't recommend it. Sing it right now. You'll forget. I'll make you forget. I'll come find you with apply you with alcohol. It's good enough. It's pretty good. It's fairly straight. It's maybe not quite aligned properly. My label maker's also like dying slowly, so like it's got this crease in the label, and it just puts like a line through it. And I don't know why I've got all this blank space. I could have cut it off, but I'm just like, whatever, I'll just leave it. It's used for me. I get jealous when I see other people's carts and they have really, really nice labels, and I'm just like, oh man. So that's one way you could do it. The other way you could do it is you could get in here with some flush cutters, right? And just kind of like snip this stuff and then heat it up and let the pins fall out. And that does work. It does work. I generally don't recommend just like heat and pull method, because you may not get it heated properly. If you put a lot of force dragging it out, you can actually mess up the pads and create more work. So I'm going to use the solder tab tip on my solder gun here. This doesn't have automatic focus, but you can kind of make it out. It just fits right on there. It does a really good job. So we're going to let that heat up. I'm going to flip on my fume extractor. Hopefully the fan noise won't be too bad. Just get that in there. Get in there. Get in there. All right. Very good. All right, some shade there. You want to have the fume extraction. You know, you're real nerd, you get jealous of the people place labels. Oh yeah. When I see other people's work and I'm like, man, the label maker, what label maker are you using? I want to contact them. Be like, where do you get your labels? Because they're so nice. I'm using this old, you know, Dymo Rhino unit. And it's pretty good, but it's been showing its age. Maybe I'm looking to invest in something nicer. And then that'll be another very expensive tool that I use twice, and then it gets packed up. At least this label maker has a case, so I could just pack it up and throw it somewhere and be done with it. You always want to have a fume extractor when you're working with solder, because you're gonna get a lot of fumes off of it that is burning flux and oxidation and other things. It's not lead. This is all leaded solder. I should point out, the age of this, all of this is lead solder. And here's all you got to know about leaded solder. Number one, if you're worried about it absorbing through your skin, it's generally not, right? It's not that, you don't have to worry that much about it, but you can just wear gloves. And then two, after you handle anything with lead, you just wash your hands before you eat a sandwich, and you're fine. There's so much concern over it, and I gotta say, I am really against silver-bearing solder. You know, silver-bearing solder is made with antimony, which is much more toxic than lead. Granted, it's in much smaller quantities, right? But you multiply that out against all of the modern electronics that are meant to be thrown in the trash that contain that solder. And silver-bearing solder is not really as reworkable as lead-based solder. Lead-based solder has a lot of advantages, but people were very worried about electronic waste sitting in a landfill and all that lead seeping into the water supply. That's not really how that works, but now we've got antimony and God knows what else sleeping in there, because guess what? Electronics are still going in the trash. You can't make electronics out of materials that you want to put in your drinking water. They just won't work. So sometimes you just gotta figure something else out, but whatever. I saying heard lead and got hungry. The shit that's old. I mean, the silver bearing stuff was like 2000s when it really got prominent. But this is NES, so this is late 80s, early 90s. When did this game come out? Does this tell me the release date for this? 1990, March 30th, 1990 is when this was released. Personally, I prefer a bit of mercury in my drinking water. Mercury, not even once. I used to hear stories from my elders about being children and having a ball of mercury they played with because they didn't know any better. And now they're like, then we found out, we were terrified. All right, so we're just gonna slip this in. I'll try to get a shot of this here. You can see it at work. It just kind of melts in that quick. Almost all gone. Heats up fast, and that's the trick. That's what you want. You want it to heat up quick. You want quick heat. Give it a little shake. Give it a little shimmy there. You don't want to be on it for real long, especially not this thing, because the battery's already like, hey, especially batteries. Because the batteries do not like to get hot. And then that basically just boop, 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 wiggles straight out. No muss, no fuss, right? Didn't have to fight it at all. And you can see the solder is almost completely cleared off of that in its entirety. And this is filthy underneath with all of the oxides from this having failed. Let's get a look at this. I'm going to clean that off. I can flip this off here. Excuse me. I love my fume extractor, but the base of it has no weight, and so it just slides around on the table. And if I am fool enough to leave anything near it, it just flops right off. Yeah, so this thing has gone bad and has leaked. I don't see a lot of leaky coin cell batteries, but it can happen. And this stuff is corrosive. It will eat through. So if you left this in your cartridge unchecked, eventually you'd have board damage. And then this just wouldn't work anymore. And it would be beyond a point where you could just solder a new battery. Luckily, it was pretty much localized on this side. And so it's just sitting on solder mask, right? Move this out of the way. So it's not really in contact with a lot of copper. So the only thing this was really eating up that much was itself and this ground plane here. So we're not short any traces or anything. Is that ground plane? Actually, I think that may just be board. There's solder mask on the board. I think there's just nothing going on there. And flip it over and see, there's really not, this is just some excess solder left over. It'll never get everything off of it, never get it completely clean, but that's fine. So yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna set this down on the table, how it was in here. Okay. I need to get new gloves. All right, let's get Q-tip and some 99% isopropyl alcohol. I'm gonna give this a swipe down here. Sometimes it's good if you have existing corrosion or battery leakage. It's basically ASMR. Oh, well, I hope you enjoy it. Wait, I don't know. Does Sky Ninja say you don't like ASMR? That's what Big Silver doesn't want us to know. I mean, I fully understand where they were coming from, the regulatory agencies that were like, hey, we should do something about this. It's just that the tin lead solder is perfect. And everything else is just not. It can be good, but once you've had perfect, is good really good enough? I don't think so. Plus, it's a pain to rework silver stuff. And it's, you know, expensive, man. You know, it's silver. Like, silver don't cost $1, you know what I'm saying? Machine noises are fine. I watched a thing today about lighthouses and how the Fresnel lenses used to float on a mercury bath. Oh yeah, yeah. That's crazy, right? You just have this big old bath of mercury. Imagine people just running their hands through it like absentmindedly, like, oh, hey, oh. Now they don't have hands. Tin lead perfection talk. It is the properties of it. I am not equipped to adequately describe it. The properties of tin lead solder. There's a reason they used it and used it for so long. And silver bearing solder, I just don't like it. Maybe I'm just an old curmudgeon. All right, I'm just gonna try and clean this off without spreading it to more contacts. Swipe this up here. Yeah, this is like metal flakes. This is like the metal itself was like flaking off on this. Yeah, you can see where it was on here. All right, you can see this Q-tip. Can you see it? It's kind of, it's filthy. The lights don't do it justice. It's filthy. Let's get another one in here. I might just spray this down and let it run off just to give it a little bit of extra oomph out of here. But sometimes if you have active corrosion going on, it's advised to get some diluted white vinegar in it, and then maybe some baking soda afterwards, and they just wipe it all down with some isopropyl alcohol to neutralize the ongoing corrosion. But there's nothing really going on this yet, so it's fine. I think I'm just gonna go ham on this. Just get a whole bunch on that. 99% isopropyl will run off pretty quickly. Get my high-tech cleaning device, a toothbrush. Get a box of them for $1. So yeah, we're lucky on this. We're lucky that the only corrosion we really got was on solder mask, which is essentially just paint, right? It's not actually actively doing anything. I'm gonna clean this off. I've already cleaned the pins off on this. You can see how filthy these things get. But we know it works because we did dump the cart. My experience, that cart dumper is a lot more sensitive than your console is gonna be. So you could have a game that loads fine in the console and then you put it in a cart dumper and it doesn't want to read, but that's still a sign that you should get it. Just for giggles, let's get my old multimeter out here. This is an old Radio Shack pocket multimeter. I had this thing for about 20 years. And then after about 20 years, I dropped it and the lid broke off of it. I've been using this thing I never bothered to upgrade to like a proper multimeter. I really should. All right, so we're gonna put this on DC. We're gonna get a reading off of this. Let's see. All right, fat tab is, can I get both of them? The fat tab is plus, which is red. Now we're getting millivolts, man, millivolts. These are 3 volts. Get out of here. Let's get a fresh one. These are these Panasonic? Sony? Panasonic. They're Panasonic. Get these from a reliable supplier. Get a good brand. Don't cheap out on these. A good battery in these circuits will last decades. I don't actually have to replace a lot of these batteries. A lot of them are still going strong. My original Legend of Zelda NES cart, that battery is still fine. But I'm less like, I can easily check those. And I'd be surprised to see Jim owning a semi with all that Phasmo gear in it. I honestly looked up, when I first started playing Phasmo, I looked online to see if I could buy an EMF meter like was in Phasmo, just to sit on my desk. And I found one, I just didn't pull the trigger. The other weirder thing is I was very confused by the salt, because I'd never seen like a plastic container of salt like that. I think that's a British thing. Got some Duracells for my PC, and the motherboard battery died. Yeah, Duracell's good. Duracell's good. These ones you're not gonna find them used local at the store unless you have an electronic supplier, because they have to have the tabs welded onto it. But you can get them like on Amazon or eBay, but you're like rolling the dice. And you want to put one of these in one of these carts and then have it die in a year. Don't do it. So let's check this one out. Let's see where this sits. These contacts might just make me making good contact too. 3.25 volts. We're good. The 3.3 volts nominal. They can do less. And then we'll just pop that in the board and solder away. So I'll get the other soldering iron heating up and going. I'll get that soldered in while I wait for this thing to cool off so I can swap the tip out without melting my fingers off to get these other chips out of here. Just going again. There we go. So yeah, you can see where this was. That's just some scuff on that. It's just kind of eating some of the solder mask off, but there's no signal under that, really. That's just board. So I may actually come back with that later, but that's what we're concerned with. Go ahead and pop this battery in. A small tab for the small hole, so to speak. Gentle little bend. Okay. This. And bend this pin a little bit just to hold it in place. All right, that's good. Nice and sturdy there. Waiting for our tender administrations. Get my iron. A little bit of solder here. Spool that out. These will take quite a bit of solder. Try and be quick. Okay. You just want a good solid connection. You don't have to worry about like filling the whole pad out so much. You just want a good solid connection. Don't want to spend too much time on it. So you don't want it to damage the battery with excess heat. But it takes a while to get down to that. Okay. We're going to clean it off again. Get a fresh tip. So what you're seeing here is flux. And this flux is called no clean flux. And all that means is that it doesn't have any corrosive substances in it. So you don't need to clean it because it won't eat your board over time. Older fluxes and certain types of high temperature stuff will require cleaning because the flux itself, which helps clear off corrosive oxidation and improve the flow of solder, right? That flux will actually eat through the board over time, so you have to clean it off. The no clean flux, you don't have to clean, but unspent flux, which means flux that hasn't burnt off, can trap moisture, which leads to more corrosion, and it just makes kind of a sticky mess. All right, so I usually clean that a bit. I will. It's more. I just bought like a cheap spray bottle, and I used to deploy some of this. A little bit more controlled than just dumping it on. And let's take our toothbrush. Can't use the same toothbrush forever because eventually you'll get flux in the bristles. Try and run this down just so the board's not all sticky. We don't want it to be all sticky. Ew. You can, you gotta touch this for a little bit. You don't want it all nasty. That's nasty. We're gonna use a lot more flux later for one of the other ones, and that's a much bigger thing to deal with. The only time I've done soldering in high school robotics class, the shit out of my hand. Yeah, you can, if you're not careful, you can cause some damage. The flux capacitor. Different kind of flux. You over here. I'll dispose of you more safely later. Okay. Flip off that iron for right now. Okay. While I'm waiting for my desoldering gun to cool down so I can change the tip off, I'm gonna take a short break. Change my gloves and wash my hands. My hands are, oh man, they get nasty. They get nasty. I don't know how good or bad my nails are. Not as long. Usually my nails tend to get a little bit longer And it's a bad old habit, but it was useful to have a little bit longer nails than I think most dudes would want, because I work on a lot of fine electronic stuff, and it just made it easy to get in there and like pry at things. But there's a finger for you. As much as the light allows. All right, I'll be back in just a second because this thing takes a minute to cool down. I don't want to burn myself. Yeesh. Gloves are nasty. Doesn't know how to time travel. He's hiding it from us. If I knew how to time travel, I mean, I wouldn't, because it only ends badly. Ever since I started playing guitar, I started trimming my nails better. Oh yeah, oh man, guitar. You really got to trim your nails. Except I knew some people that would let like their thumbnail grow out and use that like a pick, but that was mostly for like acoustic. But I've seen enough footage of people who had longer nails just shredded out by that. Ooh. Shining finger, my hand burns with an awesome power. And that power is a hot solder scintillating my flesh. Need the corporate overlord. See, that's the thing. You don't want to be known as the corporate overlord. You want to be the corporate overlord, but have nobody know it. Because that way they can't ever come after you. So the idea is to be the secret overlord. You tell everybody that you're the former CEO, right? And that way, like, they know you were at one point like a classy man of means, but now you're not important enough to tar and feather. That's how they get you. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I just gotta go. You know, the usual. Gotta wash my hands. I don't know what this is. What are the powders they put in these gloves here? That's making my flesh crawl. I'll be back in just a moment. Time to eat, Jum. I'm not the rich anymore. I'm too poor to eat. Be back in a moment. Please don't eat me. I had a fun thought when I was washing my hands. This is a wireless microphone. And I was like, boy, I hope it's muted. I assume it was. Welcome back, dinner. Oh no. Look, I keep telling you, I'm mostly plastic now. A lot of metal in there. It's probably lead. My guys were like me. Can I get my fingers in this glove? I wanted to change the gloves because I was handling corrosive battery and I don't want that spreading on everything else, even though I did touch the hell out of this board. What happens a lot while working on stuff, my hands get sweaty and then I go to put another set of gloves on and they're like, nope, we will not cooperate. I'll make great finger food. You can have all the fingies you want. That's the one thing I do have plenty of spares on. I got a whole crate of hands. So if I ever need to swap them out, which sometimes I do on break, I just snap them off and put a new one on there. I just hope I remember to take the battery out because I don't want some creepy hands crawling around just waiting to choke me. You ever notice that? Well, I don't know if you have this problem. Do you ever have a problem where your prosthetic limbs gain a life of their own and always seem to want to murder you? Because I do. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. All right, let me get my tool. It's time to remove some chips. Go. Up and out. Ooh, it's still warm. Woo, woo, woo. Hot, hot, hot. No, it's fine. It's not that bad. It takes a while. If I had spent another $100, I could have gotten a stand that has holders for these things that I could just hot swap it. Literally. Hot swap the pins. I'm here. Can you restart? Well, I'm just getting started with the soldering. I've just been yapping for all this time. What's up, Ryan? Welcome in. Doc Ock was telling me about that the other day. Yeah, you know, it's a lot of people like give Doc Ock like a bunch of hell, but like that's gotta suck. It's got all those big robot arms. They're strong and made of metal, and they're like, I would like to kill you. Like, you're attached to me. Please don't. All right, let's make sure we're doing the right thing here. So we need to remove these two chips. We're gonna do one at a time. Take the chip out, pop the new one in, solder it, and then we'll move to the next one. Hopefully, this rests flat enough that I don't have to awkwardly hold a chip up, but sometimes you do. So we're gonna do this one down here first. So that's these pins here. I'm just gonna go through. Give it a little shimmy shake. This is awkward to see. It's awkward for me too. I didn't used to need the magnifier for this kind of work. And then I got old. Then I took an arrow to an eyeball. Oh, let's go. Careful, Jum. Sometimes, if the pin is attached to a ground plane, and that ground planes tend to just be a big plane of copper, they can be a pain to desolder. I've done a couple installs of the NES RGB mod on the original NES, and a couple of pins on that chip are on big ground planes. And what you have to do is you have to go in and flood it with fresh solder and then get this on and suck that off, let it cool down, because you don't want to overheat the trace and break a trace. It takes a while to get it all cleared out of there. These are usually fine. These boards are much smaller. They usually don't have that big of a ground plane. I hope that's not deafeningly loud. It's good to give it a little shake, because even though you're moving the solder, it doesn't get like every last drop of it, right? And so a lot of times there'll be just enough solder where the pin will stick to the side, and you can usually just shake that out. All right, let's see what we're working with here. Show me what you're working with. Let's give it a gentle workflow here. Bump, bump, bump. Okay, I might have to go back over that. I might just have to go back over it and shake the pins a little bit. 1 second. 1 second. Visitors. The cave is much less secluded than the streaming room. There's tweezers. We'll just get in here with some tweezers and rattle these pins. Which ones? This one might need another touch. You definitely don't want to like pry this out. It should come out pretty easily, pretty effortlessly. It should just kind of flop out. So if you find it's not coming out easily, you can go back over it. Maybe put some fresh solder on it. Gets things flowing a little bit better. This one here. On one side feels pretty good. Yeah, these pins are causing some consternation. There we go. Yeah, one more on this side. Meeny, miny, mo. There we go. Cool off for a bit. Okay. Take a quick look here. A little bit closer. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. All right, these all look good. What you're looking for here is you want to make sure none of these pads ripped or tore. You're not just shifting the board randomly. It's just solder. It's over solder. It is fixable, but usually it means running a wire from the pin to wherever it's traveling to. You try and find a spot on the board where you can either, you don't want to solder onto these pins, never ever, but if you can reach another point where they connect to, scrape off some solder mask, or sometimes through these vias here, which all a via is a plated hole that goes from one end of the board to the other. And they come in handy when, like, if this pin has to connect over here, like to this, but obviously we can't just go straight through this line. You put a via in, the circuit connects on the other side of the board and then moves back in. So those can be a good spot to like clean off some of the solder resist that they coat on the board to get down to the metal you can solder to, and then you just take a thin wire and whoop, run it back over that way. But these look good. Okay. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. All right, so a little bits of solder on there, and the pins on this look pretty good. Pins aren't too bad. So this is the C, which is the character, right? The character, and if you're ever unsure, well, that's where that board gets in. Let's take a quick look at that board. The pictures on that SDB, and pin 1 is, where are you, mouse? Pin 1 is here. Okay. Generally speaking, on these boards, pin 1 is going to be, they're going to be oriented the same way. So if you're looking at the two chips, pin 1's here, orient this one that same way. You may have to bend the chip slightly to fit in. And the way to do that is you take your chip, you place it flat on a table, and just gently rock it in. This may not be the best because there's some springiness. I'm going to do it on the actual table here. Just gently, and that way they're all uniformly, you're just rocking it in on those pins. Don't want to bend it too far. And they make devices specifically for straightening pins on these, but it's not strictly necessary. Make sure we get all of the pins in here proper. Okay, a bit more on this side. Boop, 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 boop. Almost. Oh, so tantalizingly close. Okay. Now you may ask, if you're worried about the chip going in, or if you're worried that the chip might have an issue and you don't want to have to desolder it and solder a new one in there, why not put a chip socket in there, right? And the reason is there's just no room. Unless you don't plan on putting it back in the case. All right, there we go. All right, nice and tight fit. Tight, 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 tight. All right, and that's in there really good. It's not gonna drop out on its own while we're soldering. But physically, there just isn't really space. There's only a little bit of space between this chip and the top of the plastic case that it sits in. So really, like a socket would add a considerable amount to it. I think I got one here. Over here, actually, it's kind of aggravating to me. I was looking for a specific type of socket like this, which is pins, male pins on both ends. and I couldn't find one through regular vendor, but I found the manufacturer and went to order them directly from them. They took forever to ship. So long, in fact, that what I was looking for came back in stock at a regular distributor, and I ordered those, and those arrived. And then after like a month of waiting, they shipped the things out, and this is what I got. It's just a regular socket. And I'm like, I could have got that anywhere. Why would I need to go direct from? This is not the part that I ordered. It was $7. So I'm like, all right, they obviously don't care. And $7, whatever. It's not worth, my time is worth more than $7 to try and deal with them. It's just not worth it. But this is even like a thin socket, right? But it would add that just a little bit more space to the overall thickness. And that would still be just a little too much. Also, you'd have a hell of a time. You wouldn't want to use one of these chips, these type of sockets, these machine pin, because these hold chips in real tight. And if you're trying to get something where you could change it in or out, that's not what you'd want. You'd want a looser type of socket. Sometimes it's worth it if you're trying to test stuff or build like a prototype. You might want to put like a ZIF socket in there, but you might not have clearance. That's the other thing. Especially here, these are very close to the edge. You're not going to fit much of a socket in there because then it won't clear the casing. All right, let's make sure that's nice and tight, and we'll get that soldered in. Fire that soldering iron back up. Ever thought of making a series of videos explaining how to do this stuff? I have, but I'm so bad at explaining things that it would, like an hour-long video would take me like 10 hours of redoing stuff, and then I'd put it out there and be like, oh, I forgot to tell you. I forgot to tell you the most important thing. Oh my God. Like I'm trying to, it's the same with my Blender stuff. Like I try and explain what I'm doing, but a lot of times it's like, yeah, you just kind of go for it. You just kind of wing it. Yeah, that's, I don't know, mistakes happen, but for $6 worth of parts, I'm just like, whatever. The other thing is, they sent me double the quantity I had ordered. So it's like the wrong part and twice the amount that I wanted. And I'll use them eventually. They'll get used. They'll go in my project bin, and then someday I'll be like, you know, I really need a 28-pin machine pin socket that's thin. Hey, wouldn't you know it? I end up with a lot of parts that way, and they do eventually get used. All right, so there's different ways you can go about soldering something like this. You can go through and solder each pin individually. Or you can get a wider tip. Wow! It's hotter than I thought it would be. I thought that was cooling down. It is not. You can get a wider tip, like at this knife edge tip on here. All right. It's because it's like a knife. And just drag solder, where you're just loading up soldering on the iron and just dragging along. And it depends on the surface tension and proper temperature control, and it just kind of works. It just kind of goes where it needs to go. Hotter than I thought it was. Kind of burned myself a little bit there. All right, solder. Nice thread of that. Okay. Orient this here. I'm just going to start loading up solder on this. And just kind of speed up on this. Basically just loading the iron up. And just kind of dragging it along. And we'll see, we got a couple there that could use a little bit more solder. And just drag it along. And a couple more. Catch them fumes. And good. On one side, it's a lot quicker. It takes a little bit of practice to get the flow right. But most of soldering is just surface tension and heat. Clean this tip off here. It's not just fumigating me. And we'll zoom back in, get another looky-see. It's a digital zoom, so. All complete. No big blobs of solder. No shorts. Everything's where it needs to be. And you just kind of zip, and you're away. And you can see we got flux there we'll have to clean off. And that is fine. Clean that spot right there. Don't want to use too much pressure because you can scrape up the board. You just want to make good contact. You just go lightly over it. Yep, that's just leftover flux. Yeah, my old tip is way too hot. Now I'll give this a good cleaning afterwards. Just gonna rub this here, but yeah. So most of the board is covered with what's called solder resist or solder mask, right? And that will make sure there's not like little flakes of it. Sometimes you'll get some flux, or when you're doing that quick, maybe a splash of solder. You definitely don't want to get like right down in this with your face, which is why I got the magnifier. Because you will get splashes, but you'll get like a splash of solder or something that'll go off, and it won't adhere to any of this green area because it's got solder mask / solder resist on it. There's nothing metal for the solder to stick to, so it's basically just like the flux is like temporarily pasted in place and they just come right off. But it's very useful when you're doing like a big connector rather than like dot, 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 dot. You just scrape it through. It does have some risk, but we'll clean this off more thoroughly once we get the other one in there. Do both of them. Just want to make sure there's nothing weird going on there. Okay, side's good. Get the other pump going, and we'll get the other chip in there. And I got this bad boy. We're gonna store that somewhere safe. Where's my case at? I did not need a case this big, but I could not find a case that was smaller. And we'll stash this right in here with some other chips. So weird. I turned my music down a little bit, and it sounds like it's coming outside of the headphones. That's freaking me out. All right, so that's a little static safe case with various chips in it. We got Esper Dream, Lagrange Point, and these chips are labeled. And someday I'll come back and put actual labels in here, what these are, like it's a butterfly collection. Look at all that dust and schmutz from the gloves. But for now, like the chips themselves have a label on it that you can look up in the Nestcart DB. Plus 30 fumes. Yeah, if you get the fumes, man, you're gonna know it. You're gonna know it. You'll feel it. It's not pleasant. All right, so now we are moving on to this chip here, which is these sets of pins there. Yep. So I'm just gonna go through. Some of these are offering a little bit of resistance. That's weird. It's not coming out as clean. Have to go back and put some more solder on these. It's not at the top. It should be at the top. These are not. Might be oxidized a little bit. Sometimes you'll get old solder that doesn't reflow as well because there's oxidation on the outside that impedes the flow of heat. And you usually clean that up. You could add a little bit of flux to it, but usually the best thing to do is to go over it and add like a little bit of extra solder, fresh solder on it. It kind of gets things going. This may not be as bad as it seems, but I think I'm gonna have to rework some of these. Yeah, some of these definitely feel. In on this a little bit. I can see several pins not quite flowing out proper. So let's get a little extra solder. I'm gonna give it another pass real quick. As well, put some more solder on it. What you don't want to do is you might be inclined to put this on for longer, right? Just leave it on there for a really long time, just pound it on there. You're just going to put heat in the wrong place. You're going to end up putting heat through the pad. And not actually getting the solder out that you want, and you're gonna end up burning the pad off. So you want to be quick. You don't want to linger. If it doesn't want to go, it doesn't want to go, you know. But adding a lot more heat is almost never the answer. You want the appropriate amount of heat to reflow the solder. And if it's not going, you shouldn't just like crank it up, right? Take a step back, think about what's going on. Stop, collaborate, and listen. Okay. That's number one mistake that I see come up is I'll just make it hotter. And then it's just gone. Hey, Kubi, how's it going? Just sound like Operation. Jumzungs are super conductive. They probably are at this point. I did not always use a fume extractor, I'll be honest. Like for a long time. What's up, Kubi? Welcome to the Handcam stream. We're doing some soldering. How you doing? I've only burned myself once so far. All right, this is feeling good. It's feeling loose. Let's give these pins a shimmy shake. Good. Sometimes that's all it takes. You get like the tiniest bit of solder. And keep a pin locked. You don't want to be too forceful with it. Most of these are feeling good. There's a couple problem ones. It's good so far. That one's probably a little tight. Oh, this one. There we go. That one's, yeah, these ones up front here are problematic. Okay. Put these another pass over. We're gonna put some fresh solder on her. And it may seem counterintuitive to load up more solder when you're trying to remove it, but it does work. It does work wonders. Just get that old solder flowing. Young John was inhaling the non-fun fumes. Yeah, I didn't know better. Just keep me hanging on. I'm not just doing it for fun. You do that last little one to keep any solder that was kind of lingering. Nice little guys here. There's two pins down there. Don't want to go. They just keep me hanging on. Fresh solder, indar. Press solder with a rosin core flux. I'll mix in there and make it go. It's also good if you're working with like silver-based solder that has a higher melting point. And it may prompt you to put more heat on than you want. And there it is. Biggity boom. It may prompt you to put more heat on it than you want. So you can put some leaded solder on there, and it will actually like work to make it easier to reflow and remove the solder. So there we go. That one is a little bit more fiddly. So that is our prog. We got a prog ROM. Our prog rock ROM. Oh! Put this bad mamma jamma in with its brethren. You go into the box now. So you don't throw these out. Hold on to these, because if all goes poorly, you could always just slap those back in, and the game at least functions, even if it's not in English. You can't buy those in a store. They will not be replaced. This guy back. I didn't need it. I saw I've always seen like weird stuff when I'm reading guides on this stuff, and there is a fair amount of controversy over this or repro carts. First off, I don't know about selling this stuff. There are people who make carts like this and sell them. The main problem I have with that is the people selling it did not make the translation patch, and they are not paying that person who made the translation patch. So that's kind of shady. But also, like, once you start mass producing, to me it's okay. You're doing this for yourself. You're doing onesies, twosies on this. If you start mass producing these things, then you're like seriously decreasing the number of these. However, there's tons of these out there. That won't always be the case, right? But I've seen people talking about removing them, and obviously not everyone's going to have a $200 to $300 desoldering gun. And so some of the recommendations I've seen are just take a Dremel and chop all the pins off, and then heat them up and push them through. And now that mask ROM is, I mean, you could fix that, but it would be really touchy and a lot of work, and you've essentially destroyed it. That I don't. And people used to, like, instead of redoing the wire, like rewiring a chip and adding jumpers, they'd cut traces on the board. And while you can fix that, that's a semi-permanent change. I try to avoid that. That's why I've gone to a lot of length to not have to modify the case for Akamaju Dracula, because I want it to be reversible and not permanently damage the case. And if I have to cut that plastic, then there ain't no going back. But, you know, ultimately, like, it's your stuff, right? If you wanted to take this thing and flush it down the toilet, you have that right. And anyone who says, no, you shouldn't do that, maybe you shouldn't, but, you know, they can't be stopped. They won't be stopped. Can't stop, won't stop, is what they say. All right, this one is not as tight in there. Not as tightly in there. So let me... And why that's a problem is that chip's gonna like slip out while I'm trying to solder it. I could just kind of bend a pin over. Let's see, it sits pretty flatly that way. Get a little bit of solder. We'll pin some corners down here. In there. Okay. Yep. Already, even when I was trying to pin the corners down, it was already flopping out a little bit. All right. Plenty of solder out here. Let's do this. Start with this side, since this side seems to hold a little bit better. Yep. Looking good. I'll do everything but that front one. A little close to my fingies for comfort. I don't know if you saw that. That wasn't really zoomed in, but had a case where two of them had the solder had formed up and blobbed between them, and all you got to do is give it a little heat and just kind of pull it back. The surface tension will take care of the rest. Those are all looking good. Good, nice and flush, and we're done. Yeah, drag soldering, if you do surface mount stuff that is in a straight configuration, drag soldering will save you lots of time. Lots of time. This is a great skill to learn. All right. Now we're only 3 hours. I was delayed. We're 3 hours in. I'm finally getting one cart wrapped up. Okay, let's do one side then the other. Just getting this quote unquote no clean flux off as best as we can. Someday I'll have an ultrasonic cleaner. I can just slap the board in and say, go! Sonics! But I don't. They're expensive, and I need a lot of room for it. If I ever get the resin 3D printer, that'll be the way to go, but until then, it's kind of unnecessary. It's nice for boards. You just put it in there and forget it. Let it seep away all the filth and nastiness that accumulates. Because you never know with all the electronics, particularly from the 80s, what you're going to get there. So you had like a lot of smokers in these areas where this stuff is coming from. Okay. Let's head over there. Let me mute so you don't hear it clunk, 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 clunk in there. All right, let's see if we have Madara, not the Naruto Madara. Oh, look at that intro. Oh, that's neat. File 1. Got audio on this, right? Yep. Got him. It's me, Madara. Ooh. Yeah, so if you're familiar with Dororo, this will be familiar. One fierce night, a dismembered baby drifted in from far away Mount Shumi. Tatara the Elder managed to save it. How many games start with a dismembered baby? He built gadgets to replace its limbs and named it Madara. He nursed the boy with Kirin, his grandchild. By then, most of the world had fallen to Moki, controlled by Emperor Miroku. Emperor Miroku built his kingdom of Congo. Really, Congo? On the ruins of nations. Now the Moki have extended their reach even to this remote Hijiran town. On Madara's 15th birthday. Madara, come on! Tatara's not looking good! He passed out a while ago, and he's been having nightmares ever since. Yeah, so there we go. It was long. You could do it a lot. You could do it a lot faster. I jabbed a lot, but that's it. So we've replaced the character ROM. We replaced the program ROM. We replaced the battery. It's probably a good idea when you're gonna do these, if it's a game that has saves, first off, I would replace the battery. If it's a Famicom cart that is the plastic snap fit, just replace the battery. You're not gonna wanna get back in there. Just don't do it, just replace it. But even if you're gonna keep the battery, desolder one end of it and leave it disconnected for a few minutes so that the SRAM will clear. Because it's pretty rare for a translation patch to still work with saves of the non-translated game, because you're altering a lot of the code. So you may load it up and have a save that has like characters that no longer exist on the ROM, like Japanese characters, and things just get crazy. So best to just clear that stuff out. I used to call Madara means wood in Spanish. Really? That's really weird. Dismembered baby? Oh, you mean Dororo? Yeah, Joshua. The story is essentially Dororo. GG, very nice. Thank you. Yeah, it's essentially just straight ripped it off. Let me pull up the story on this. We'll pull up the wiki page. We'll just listen to that sweet tune there. So let's talk about this. Madara. Japanese manga series written by Eiji Otsuka, illustrated by Shotana, originally published 87 to 1990. Set in a mythological era, Japan tells the story of Madara, a good-hearted teenage boy who uses fantastic prosthetic limbs called gimmicks and a legendary sword to fight his own father, the evil Lord Miroku. The franchise has also spawned video games and a 2-part OVA. Famicom game Moryu Senkai Madara was a Konami 1990 release that was never localized, large for its time at 4 megabits, which is 512K, not even one megabyte. Used the VRC6 sound enhancement chip that was also used in Akumajo Densetsu. It was also used in Esper Dream 2. Nobody talks about that. Moving around battlefields rather than stationary turn-by-turn movement, orchestrated soundtrack released by Konami's Kokahai Club. The sequel was released for Super Famicom. PC 9810 was developed. An RPG spin-off game for the Super Famicom. Comedic adaptation. I don't know, it doesn't really say much about that. There was a site that I read more about this on. You could look up. I highly recommend checking it out. I will play it in the future, but read up on it, because they came to the it literally is Dororo minus the demons. I think it still has demons. They came to the author and they're like, hey, do you want to make a game with us? And you can make a manga. That's more or less, like, I'm paraphrasing a lot. But, like, yeah. It's one of those, like... It's not like they made a manga and then made a game. Like, it's all kind of goes together. And the story was basically just Dororo. It's so bizarre. But Dororo was like, you know, was old by that point. They kind of moved on from it. It'd kind of be like if somebody made a game now with a comic and a movie, and it's essentially Zorro, but not Zorro. Because that's pretty much like, unless someone's doing Zorro stuff now. I don't think they're doing that Zorro stuff now. Pretty funny looking at the component side of the video games. Yeah, I mean, for NES games, like, this is without the case on there, it's easy for the door to just get stuck. Where's my tool at? Fetch my tool, boy. There we go. Yeah, without I don't want to put the case on until I knew it worked, but when the case isn't on there, it catches on all the pins. Because I'm using my twin Famicom, and so there's like, it's a top loader, and there's like flaps on it. All right, so let's put this back in. And of course, remember, we've got the long pin on the front, so this is the front. Carefully now. Slide this back in there. Let's put you over here. The fume extractor is also good for the alcohol because alcohol with a high purity will evaporate very quickly. And if you do too much of it in an enclosed space, it can become a dangerously combustible gas. Okay, we're good. We're in there. We're in. All right, now here's the stressful part of snapping this all back together. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. I gotta say, like, these things break really easily. And so, like, every snap, crackle, pop when I'm putting it back together is just like, please don't be broken plastic inside. Okay. It's kind of... So, one of the reasons I got these so cheap is that, like, this label is, like, flaking off here and going crazy. The case is pretty beat up. I don't care about that so much. I care about the game inside. Of the three, of Esper Dream 2, sorry, Akumanju Densetsu and Madara. Madara is the cheapest. You can usually find a copy of this for about $30 or less. I wouldn't pay more than that because you can find it for about $30. Rice Krispies, yeah. And you could program those chips with either of the other two games, because this one is also the largest. So you could get two megabit chips and just expand out. The Esper Dream is a 2 megabit and a 1 megabit. Just expand out the 1 megabit, drop it in place. It'll work fine. The Akumanju Densetsu, there is a ROM hack. I'll have to see if I can find a link to it. I don't know if anyone's interested in doing this stuff. You could hit me up if you find it, but it was on an old forum post. And I have it on my computer as well. There's a patch that somebody made to make Akumanju Densetsu work with the version of the VRC6 that's used in Madara and Esper Dream 2, so that you don't have to rewire the VRC6 in that. And you could make it work with any one of those games, just using this Madara to make the English translated. So if you have a really nice copy of Akumaji Densetsu and you don't want to tear it apart, but you don't mind messing with Madara, that's a good way to do it. But you could also, that same forum post had information on building a multi-cart where every time you reset the system, it switches to another game. I didn't do it because it gets complicated when you have the save RAM, because now you have to have like the save RAM. So now there's like 3 chips you got to wire to. It's pretty crazy. All right. Well, this guy's done. That's one. Put this down in here. Okay. On to module. But yeah, there's no replacing those cases. Like nobody, unless you find another copy, and then you're just doing like musical chairs, which I hate. It's like I've got a dead board and a good case, and now I fixed the board, but now I don't have a case. I didn't get any metal scraps, bits of solder hanging around. But this case, like, I did order one from Retro Game Restore. Retro Game Restore makes a lot of really nice injection molded replacement cases for game consoles. They are expensive. I'm not going to say overpriced, but they are expensive. But they did make a run of what they called the case-style Famicom cart. And this is Konami case-style. So I could have got that, and I in fact did order one, but because of the tariff situation, the Taiwan Post has stopped shipping packages outside of gifts out to the U.S. So kind of stuck with that. All right. So I did order it, and I feel like I'm just gonna be waiting forever. So instead, I went a different route. So let's just grind these chips out of here, and I will program the new chips, and one of them is going to be weird. So it's just these 2 chips here, easy peasy. There's not a lot of solder on this, so there's not a lot of solder for the tip of this to interact with. It's not going to do a very good job of clearing it out. But again, very easy. Just flow some new solder in there. It gives you more contact area. I should start the music again, shouldn't I? I forgot to start the music again. That feels pretty good. What is still... Bada bing. Get that music playing again. Do you normally hum to yourself when you do this? Yes. I usually hum like Final Fantasy battle music, which is about the only karaoke you could ever get from me. So that came out very easily. That's the weirdo 28 pin. Yeah, you only find like Korea. You only find 28 pin chips and the 1 megabit size on these. It's an entirely custom job that they had made. I've seen quite a few of them, enough that the solution I came up with will be useful down the road. But of this size, they did make 28 pin EEPROMs, but they were only smaller sizes. So all the 1 megabit ones are custom. You'll never find a 28 pin 1 megabit chip like they made for these mask ROMs. And as long as like space is an issue, it's easy to put a bigger one in there because they're all going to use the same pins. All the EEPROMs have the same like foundation. There's voltage and ground, which is your power, plus and minus, you know. And then there's address pins. How many address pins depends on how big the chip is. And then data pins that spit data out. And then a couple other pins. But they all have like the same pins with just a different layout. So even if you have to put some jumpers in and move stuff around, it's easy to do. I like the Final Fantasy 4 battle music. It's got like trumpets. There we go. Now that I'm trying to think of this stuff I usually hum, I'm drawing a blank. It's usually video game music. These are not playing nice. See how this suction goes. You do need to clean this out occasionally. You gotta like bore out the tube, and then this little canister pops out. Probably should have scrubbed the back of this a bit more. There's a lot of oxidation going on here. This pad's real small too. It's an oddball board. It has been said that the Nintendo-made boards were generally of a higher quality, and I tend to agree with that. Say what you will about Nintendo, they made a solid product. For Call of Duty Jim, the PSP remaster this month better than the Pixel remasters. I was happy enough with the Pixel remasters. It's not perfect, but I understand one of the challenges they faced was trying to make the artwork look correct on targeting like 1080 or higher. And one of the issues there is that the height of the Super Nintendo, like the pixel dimensions of the Super Nintendo, do not scale evenly up to 1080. So they had to redraw quite a bit of stuff, and they had like original character designers involved in redrawing it and trying to modernize it for non-CRT displays. I thought they did a well enough job, but then like I always say, like, I think remasters and remakes are cool, but I'm just gonna play the original anyway. So like I'm the last person to ask about any of that, because I'm like, I'm sure it's fine. I'll never know. Occasionally I'll pull that stuff out when I want to play something on the go, and it's just more convenient than trying to mess with something via emulator. I could just get a game like that on my Switch. This one is not cooperating. Comes to FF, I like the advanced collections. Advanced collections are good. Dropboxing. I don't really care right now. There's some software that's like, hey, we're updating. Like, just do it. Don't tell me. I don't need to know. Your background software. Go back to the background. All right. Pacha. I like my wipe. I wish this, using this video switcher, and I really wish it had a star wipe. Everything needs to be a star wipe. A lot of these are really not coming loose. This is like, most of these aren't coming up proper. Sorry about that. I was like desperately reaching for the button. I couldn't reach it. Depends with me. If the remaster is better, I'll play the OG just to at least experience it. Remaster and pick which preference I prefer. Yeah, I will definitely say that a lot of the games that I play, the remaster is going to be better. I love the original Final Fantasy. All the jank and junk involved with it, I'm fine with. But I don't think I could ever say, oh yeah, the NES Final Fantasy is better than any of the other re-releases that fix the bugs and use standard naming conventions for things. No, you should buy a spell called A-Lit and just kind of sort it out. Figure it out yourself, plebe. Just like the UI upgrade of Final Fantasy 1 on the Game Boy Advance is worth it. It's just so much nicer looking, and it's so easier to see what's going on and what you got. This will scrape and clean off. Tips dirty. Oh yeah, there we go. But that is like the big limit with a lot of early NES RPGs, just NES RPGs in general. They usually have really constricting character limits. And they don't have a lot of modern niceties of like subtext on things to tell you what stuff is. You just kind of have to fit what you can. There we go. Need some solder on those for sure. Maybe all I can do without. Yep. Solder time. What does the tool do? That's a solder removal gun. There's a vacuum pump and a hollow-tipped iron on the end. You fit it over the pin and then suck out the molten solder, and it makes removing, parts like this through hole parts much easier because it just pulls the solder straight off of it. What do you mean? That's nuke? Yeah. Thought you moved them. Sorry. Yep. Right now I need to add some fresh solder to this because the solder is not coming out very nicely. Old still board. Okay. Give this another go. Some fresh solder. Hopefully that'll encourage it to get out. Get out of my house. I might just not be making good contact with the board. Okay, tweezers. These pins. See some problems. See some problem. One side is all good. The other side is being naughty. Naughty. Ah, there we go. We got him, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. All right. Bump. What are we looking at here? This is P, and this is C. So the smaller chip, the shorter 1 megabit chip, is the character ROM, and the larger chip is the program ROM. All right, let's turn all this off right now because we are programming. It's time to program some chips. The chips. Delicious chips. All right, let's look up Akumajo Densetsu. Akamaju Densetsu has a 2 megabit program and a 1 megabit character. Just double checking and confirming that. That much I already knew. And I have already dumped the game. I don't know about this 28 pin. I have to investigate this 28 pin. Because these chips have a standard pinout, I can even dump the chips individually just for that extra slice of satisfaction, which is extremely useful if you had a case where one of the 2 chips was bad. You could remove them, and as long as you know the pin configuration, if it's not normal, you can adapt it. In fact, I have these adapters. Somebody made these adapters. Oh, you can't see it because I got this window open. I picked these up, and I haven't had a chance to use them yet, but these are adapters to read program ROM from the NES that had the non-standard pinout. So basically it just remaps the pins. So you put the chip in here, and then these pins go into the programmer, and then that makes it the standard pinout so you can just read it normally. And it's useful for diagnosing if something's busted. All right, let's get our 2 megabit chip. Now I'm working on that. I'll talk about what I have to fit in the 28 pin section here. Which one was it here? It's this one. Okay, yeah, duh, because that's the pin. All right. So, as I was showing, because of the hole here, that's part of the case. I don't want to modify the case, and I don't want this covering that over. So I have constructed a board. Actually, I modified this design by another guy who made it for the same reason, but slightly different pinout. This will allow me to use a TSOP 32. You can barely read it because of the light. TSOP 32 style package for the dual inline 28. And basically all this board does, which I modified his design and got it fabricated from OSH Park, Open Source Hardware Park. It was like $4 to get these boards made, and it only took a couple days. It's a really excellent option for prototyping stuff. And basically, it just takes a small flash chip and routes all of the pins to where they would need to be to go into that 28 pin slot. And what I had to modify off of his was up here. He did not have anything connected to the VPP pin or the program enable pin. And generally speaking, you want to make sure that the program enable pin is tied high when you're not programming it. And then also another thing. So these chips typically have a set of pins that control their functionality. There's program enable or write enable. There's chip enable, and then output enable. And the way you control those pins is either setting them high or low. So you're either feeding it, in this case, 5 volts or tying it to ground. And generally speaking, when you're reading the chip, it will output if chip enable is tied to ground and output enable is tied to ground, and then your write enable and or program enable are tied to 5 volts, right? So when you're dropping one of these chips in, you want to make sure, because it's only going to be read inside the Nintendo, you want to make sure that you're tying those pins to the appropriate level. That's usually what you end up having to reroute when you're rewiring chips. And his did not have, it just left the programming pin floating, is usually not a good idea. And then chip enable and output enable. On a 28-pin chip, there is only one. There's chip enable, and output enable is not one of the pins. That's how they get rid of the pins. He just had them tied together. And generally speaking, for the NES dev, people recommend if the chip does not have output enable in one of the pins, and your chip does, you just fold that pin up and tie it to ground permanently, because it's probably internally gated on the original chip. It's probably there internally, not mapped out. So I modified his a little bit. Not tested. May not work. I may be wrong about any part of that. This is the first time I've used one of these. But this is also that I can avoid using a larger chip. So I might have a much more complicated soldering job with this. And I've got this adapter that fits in. I don't know if these pins are going to cause trouble. They may be too high to fit, which is going to be a pain, because if I go to trim these pins, they're going to go just everywhere. Everywhere. Let's see which end is up. I think the pins are the same length either way. I don't think there is necessarily a top or bottom to this. Just put it this way. So I'm going to have to program this tiny chip here, and then solder it onto this, and then solder this to this adapter, and then solder this adapter to the board. Here's the chip. Get my shipping tweezers. Came in this case where they're just kind of floating, and boy, it's a nightmare. So here is the chip, and you can see the pins on it. For scale reference, here is a nickel for reference to the size of the pins I'm gonna have to solder here. And for my friends in the Great White North, I know you don't have a nickel like this. This is an American nickel. So I also have a Canadian nickel that you can compare it to, and maybe that will, you'll get a better sense of the size, because I know that's more familiar to you. Okay. Just take that away. I believe I programmed this already, but we're going to check it. And if you're not from somewhere that has either of those, I'm not really sure what else I've got. I've got this. I don't know why I have it. It's been sitting on I have a stack of coins sitting on my desk that are oddball coins. What even is this? Is that 100 pesos? Certainly not $100. It's tiny, so everyone else said it's me. Well, I mean, do you work with microelectronics a lot? Is the question. All right. Let's get our, yeah. This is really like, here's the case it came in, and it has another piece. This doesn't snap on. It just floats on top of this. And if you like rattle this, these things just kind of bounce out. So this is like actually really a nightmare for me with these chips. So these chips that I've been using, like these 2 megabit ones, and I also bought 1 megabit ones, which I did need for Esper Dream. And the other one was for, I did buy one for Castlevania 3, but I'm not going to use it. Those are currently in production. Like, no trouble sourcing them. I just go to DigiKey and buy them. That's good. These chips, this is a flash chip, so it's not an EEPROM. These ones can be rewritten. Not that it will do me any good, because I would have to desolder it off of that board to rewrite it. So it's pretty much it. I can get it off of there, but these chips I had to search all over hell to find because they're not in production anymore. And as soon as I got these chips, I found a new current in production equivalent to this chip, except it's in the package type that is about half the size of this, which means that this board, which I had already designed and ordered, wouldn't work, and I would have to go back and redesign it so that the solder pads were placed more appropriate for the size of the smaller chip, which I can get for less than what I paid for these, and I bought 10 of them. So I guess I have 10 of these to use if I ever need to put 1 megabit chips on a 28 pin board. Or if I ever need a 1 megabit chip for, I don't know what. Maybe I'm just hungry. The lesson there is, when you're working on a project like this, maybe secure your supply chain first before you start ordering things that cannot be canceled. Maybe do that. And don't order a bunch of stuff and then go to buy the chip that you think DigiKey is selling, but then really it's a marketplace item, and they'll only sell it if you need a quantity of 200 or 300. Well, I don't need 200 or 300 of these. So it was multiple searches through eBay. There's a lot of this stuff. Super Nintendo is like that too, where if you want to make translated Super Nintendo cards, they just straight up do not make the chips you would need for that anymore in most instances. So everything is surplus or some counterfeit thing from overseas. That stuff is a nightmare. Although there are some neater options. All right, let's get our Flash Cat. We're flashing. We're flashing. It's commonly called burning in EEPROM, but that hasn't really been the case since PROMs, the programmable read-only, that actually used fuses. When you wrote to that, you were burning out fuses to make permanent alterations to the chip. You were literally burning the chip to program it. EEPROMs and devices such as that use a charged catch mechanism where basically you pass charge to a very tiny net that, much like Mousetrap, flips over, and as long as the charge is there, it holds it in place. The downside of all of this, not that I will probably live long enough to encounter this, those mask ROMs that are built with the code in it, it's all hardware, right? Those things will last just decades and decades and decades, just left to their own devices, they won't probably ever die, right? Everything breaks eventually, but they're really going to die. EEPROMs and EEPROMs and even flash memory, that technology relies on a stored electrical charge that does slowly leak out. So in a couple of decades, or longer, or shorter, depending on heat and other factors, eventually these things will drop their data because enough of the voltage had leaked out where a 1 will turn into a 0 and it'll just be like, I give up. Okay, so this recognizes. Let me set the 220. Let's find. Komacho Densetsu. There we go. And this is the Prague. The nice thing, I didn't mention this, but that FamiROM utility that splits them, it names the file whatever your original ROM is, and then it depends PRG and then the chip you chose. So this is PRG 27C020. So it makes it easy when you're looking for, like, well, I've got the 020 in there. This is the one I need for that. All right, let's drop that program. Drop it like it's hot. When Dracula tries to get at you, drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. When the skulls throw a bone at you, drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. You fellas aside. Just kind of playing with my toys over there. Bibbidi bop. Bibbidi bop, bibbidi bop. I'm definitely going to take a quick break before I solder that surface mount chip. And that'll be that. I'll come back and do the this one later. I gabbed too long. I'm not translating NES Open. I'm not translating NES Open. I'm using this cart as a base for another one because this is one I want to play it on my regular NES. It doesn't actually have any kind of special chip in it. Oh, let's compare here. Make sure this chip is good. The only special chip the NES Open has that I couldn't just buy from off-the-shelf parts is the MMC-1B. But I just would like an English copy of the game, and I don't want to tear open my very nice boxed copy and translate it. So instead I'm going to use this cart, this NES cart, 100% match. We're good. Unplug that. Instead I'm going to use this NES Open cart as a donor cart to make another translated cart, and I'll give you a preview of that. There's a lot of wires involved. I don't want to do it, but I got a cartridge, a black NES cartridge, and a really nice label I got off of Etsy. That's like holofoil. And I've already played this game on stream, but I'm gonna play it again sometime. But I really love it's one of my favorite games. But I'll show you the very nice label that I got. So Sweet Home was not released in the US, so I'm gonna make an English version that will work in a NES. And you may ask, how will you do that? You probably won't, because you probably already figured it out. How you could do that with a Japanese release in an American cart. And the answer is it's pretty straightforward usually. Actually, I don't know for sure it'll work. Everything I understand about it says it will work, but I could be wrong. So this is Sweet Home. And Sweet Home has a program ROM chip, a character RAM chip, a save RAM chip, the mapper, batteries and all that stuff. And if I look over at this, you see HVC SN ROM. That's the board type. And we know the mapper is mapper 1, MMC 1B2. We know how big the mask ROM is. We know how big everything is. So we can actually go over here and search for an SN ROM board. And it turns out that there are a lot of SN ROM boards. both American and Japanese. And so then you would look for the least valuable one you could find, right? One that is not going to break the bank. You're not going to invest in a $500 NES game to rip out the internals and then turn it to something else. But you also want to make sure it's something that has all the necessary parts, because like Bomberman here, Bomberman 2, SN ROM, there's no battery there. It's probably not wired up to save. You might be able to put a battery in, the software might be fine. Don't really know. So basically just comb through this list. I don't know what it is like on the images. Every time I'm trying to load the image and it's just like refuses to go back. Page just like dies. I think it must be the Cloudflare stuff. We can get rid of this. We don't need Madara anymore. Yikes. Well, it's a good time as any to drop this so I can get this labeled and soldered in there and then step out before the final blow. But basically you just find a board that matches that SN ROM, right? That board type that has everything you need in it, that's dirt cheap. Other boards that use the SN ROM, if this ever loads up again, I think this page is just like dying. Final Fantasy, Metroid, both use that. Dragon Quest, Dragon Warrior, I should say, the American release, because the Japanese release did not have a save. Did you know that? You may not remember from when I played Dragon Warrior, but the original Japanese release of Dragon Quest did not have a battery-backed save. It was only passwords. It did not have the mapper chip. The US release has battery-backed saves, a better mapper chip, and I think a bigger mask ROM. So the US release of Dragon Warrior, right, is actually technically superior to the Japanese release of Dragon Quest. Graphically, it has some advances on it. In the original Dragon Quest, the hero did not turn. He was always facing forward. But you still had to be looking at someone to talk to them. So you just had to, like, if someone was to your left, you just had to like hit left before you hit A to talk to them. But you had no visual cue that was going on. Which is, it's just such a weird thing to me. All right. Let's just get that out of there. Get that out of there. I have a label here, do I not? I don't think I'm gonna label the character because I don't think I'll forget it. I don't really need to label this either. I'm not gonna forget which is which on this. You know, it couldn't possibly be any other way here. Oh, it's stuck to my glove. Oh my God, it's all crooked. I'll never live down the shame. Bend these pins. Bend them. Don't break them. Okay. You, sir. I gotta double check that to make sure it's actually programmed. And this is... Oh, it's also sitting loose and floppy in there. I don't like it. That is correct. Correct. Okay. Bibbidi bop. Oh yeah, it'll sit flat. What I'm gonna do, see? I'll put this chip back in again, see? So that it sits flat, see? Okay, that way it's even on both sides, so it's not flippity flopping while I'm sibbity soldering this. And we'll just slippity slap in and wait for that iron to heat up a little bit. The surface mount one will be fun. You know, here's the worst thing about the surface mount one is at that size, the small bit of height that these contacts have is enough to catch the pins so that instead of sitting neatly on top of the contacts, they kind of fall in between them. So I have to sit here and like kind of nudge it a little bit to get in the right spot. But because that the contacts are just slightly high enough and the pins on this are wafer thin, they just kind of get stuck on it. So I'm trying to like nudge it back onto the contacts. It's like hitting a brick wall. It just don't want go. Okay. Nice and hot iron. Let me just get a little sample of that. Ow! Just kidding. Don't lick your soldering iron. Even when it's cold, don't lick it. That's nasty. Don't do it. But definitely not when it's hot, unless you don't like your tongue for some weird reason. I'm not gonna judge, I'm just gonna say it's strange to be so vengeful against your own body. I see a little bit of water of the hands to the bush, to the bush. Give me some more solder. Whoop. Don't take much solder on these. Don't take a whole lot. We'll take even less off of these things. Now I actually have to let that cool so I don't further scald the flesh off of my fingers. We can remove you. Remove you from the equation. Get out! We don't need you anymore. For now. So now that's good. I can't test this because I won't do anything without the other chip. All right, where is pin 1? Pin 1 is indicated by this dibbly dot here. Just kind of. Oh, this one's gliding smooth. That might not be. Nope, it's catching. Nope, it's catching. Okay. So this one is very particular. Get this down here. Okay, you can see my consternation. Where's my good tweezers at? Where's my beaten stick? And just see, gotta be. Okay. Well, so you want to make sure that you get a little more light or less light will help with this. Less light will help with this. I don't think I can turn down that light. A little bit less. Let's give the digital zoom. This tune is great. It is. I do enjoy this tune quite a bit. So you can probably barely see it, but basically you've got the pin on the chip comes out to about here, which is about what you want. You want to make sure you have exposure to the pad, so you can heat the pad and the pin. You don't just want the pin on top of it. Well, it's got to be lined up on both sides, and it gets a little bit tricky because if there's a slight angle to this thing, it may look like it may not be straight up and down on it. It may look like it's okay, but it actually isn't. You can tell from up top. But it's so hard. It's like painting with a single hair, trying to like nudge this. So normally what you would do, if you decide you have to hand solder this, which is doable, and it's really not that bad. It's just takes some practice and patience. Is you would get some solder on opposing corners, right? Doesn't matter how much. You don't need a lot of solder for these, but you can clean that up later. But you get some solder on the corner to kind of loosely tack the corner in place. And as long as this side is okay, you're free to kind of nudge the other side a little bit and then tack down that opposing corner. And then basically you're also drag soldering just with a finer tip on these. But we're gonna use plenty of liquid flux for this. We'll use this Kester flux pen, not type 1 flux pen, no clean flux. Flammable, toxic. Don't huff it, don't drink it, don't put it in your eyeballs. Don't inhale. May cause damage to organs. May cause drowsiness or dizziness. Keep away from heat, sparks, open flame. Wait, now, hold on now. Flux is specifically for soldering. Maybe I should have read those warnings before I started soldering with it. It's like, well, you don't want it near heat. I don't think they mean a soldering iron, but still, it's very funny to me. What is this for? Oh, it's to help the heat spread from your soldering iron tip to the solder. Oh, great, but don't use it near heat. What? What you say? All right, we're gonna get this. We're gonna get in on this thing. I will leave the gloves on. I'm going to take another short breather while I wait for the soldering iron to cool down to a level where I can safely change the tip, which requires unscrewing part of it that gets very hot. And last time I did it, and I'm fairly certain I no longer have a thumbprint on my thumb here, so I'm going to give it a few minutes. Counterintuitive design. I think they mean like, I think it's got to be hotter than the soldering iron gets, ideally, to set it on fire. I definitely don't want to use it on a furnace, an open gas furnace. Oh, I could get the my adapter board. I think this is the correct adapter board. All right. Make sure I did grab the right one that was actually programmed, which it should be. Okay, this is pin 1. I shouldn't have lined it all up first, because I need to double check this. I'll do that when I come back. I got this, my tower of power here, which is a TSOP test socket adapter into the existing programming adapter. These things suck because the pins can slip off, so you gotta be real. It's real fiddly to get it to sit in properly. I'm not a fan. Heading to sleep. Have a good night, Jim. All right, Joshua. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for hanging out. Always good to see you. Hope you enjoyed some soldering. I dragged it out a lot longer than it needed to be by gabbing about stuff and just slow rolling things. I hope I provided some useful information or at least entertainment. But I want to finish up this one at least. I just got to make sure that it's actually programmed. It was set aside, but they get shuffled easily because that case is flimsy. Make sure it's actually programmed. If it's not, drop the program on it, solder it, solder it, solder it, and then we can test it. And if all goes well, that'll be that. And if this goes well, and if people like this, I'll come back and do some more. I've got some consoles to work on and other cartridges and projects to work on, so I've been enjoying it. My setup's kind of wonky, so I was very nervous about it, but I mean, aside from OBS crashing and things getting wonky, it's been okay so far. Anyway, I will be back in just a moment. Step out and get some fresh air away from all of these fumes, and then we will get back to it. Stay tuned. All right. Thank you for waiting. All right, let's give that a little bit more time to cool down. Where's my fancy tweezers at? Where's my good tweezers at? Well, they're not really good. Fat tweezers. Okay. We're gonna get this off of here. Even though I just went to all the effort getting it set up. I'm gonna get this lined up in here. I'm going to need magnification. Let's get this dialed in here. That looks okay. Looks can be deceiving. It's not gonna die, and I've got 9 more of them. All right, let's plug this in and check it out. It's real easy for those pins to slip. Close the thing. I closed the thing that I need for this to do the thing. Would you remember the thing? Yeah, remember the thing. Okay. So this is a parallel NOR flash. And it detects it. AMDAM29F010B. So it looks like it's got data on it. It looks good. Let's do a quick comparison against Nakamaju Densetsu Kar. Real quick there. It's so much faster. It's so much faster. What do you mean? What do you mean? 97.9 match. I hear 7.9. That doesn't bode well. I may need to change that pin. 97.9. That's not good. I think the rest of those are the same. Hey, why is it only 97.9%? All right, let me look at this thing. Let me eyeball it. All the pins should be the same. Even that would be routed to, that shouldn't matter for reading it. .9 match, unless it just went bad sitting there. Welcome back, thank you. All right. Let's put this back under the scope. Scooch, scooch, scooch it. So slightly. I'm sure it's got real good contact. It's just so fiddly. Side. It's not cooking. It was reading. If you plug this in backwards, it will get very hot. Won't like it. Won't like it one bit. I could try writing to it again. However, this has just been sitting for a short span of time. It should not be that much off. Unless... %100% match. Oh, that doesn't bode well. That actually doesn't bode well for me. I think I grabbed the wrong translation for that other chip. Well, that's a good thing I had an extra. All right. Ah! No, don't fall. Don't do that. All right, let's move forward with soldering this. Carefully. Oh. I think I need to take that chip off that I just soldered on him. Do it again. It's fine. It's fine. It's probably not fine. Because I have 2 English translations of that game, and I think I put the wrong one on that chip. So I think I will be... Oh, I just noticed a problem too. I would have had a problem with that anyway. Wasn't such a rush. I have a solder bridge. Right there. Those don't need to be connected. But I might have to take this chip off anyway. That chip may be a wash. Okay. All right. It's as cold as ice. What they need to serve for us. All right. I have this neat little hook tip. I'll let that heat up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this just lined up. Make sure around the pip. Try and get it equal on both sides. Ah! The clumsy poop. Try and get this lined all up. Get corners tacked in. And then we're drag soldering this much like we did the other ones. It's just a lot smaller. It looks pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. You want it nice and close on there. So I'm going to slap some solder on. We're going to switch over to the very thin solder. Get it corners tacked on so it's, on there. And then we'll do a drag solder sesh, and we'll take some cleanup. We'll get plenty of flux. That's a secret. That's the secret sauce. You get a good amount of flux on there, and that'll help ensure the solder goes where it's supposed to go, get the most optimal heat flow. You might end up with a little too much solder, right? And then you just go back and kind of wick off some of the excess stuff on it. Let's get some very thin solder. Get some on the tip of this here. Oh, it's already getting knocked loose. Okay. All right. That's one side. Flip it around. Do the other side. Ball of solder on there. Okay, you can see it's off a little bit on this side. I'm just gonna take it. I'm just gonna gently wiggle jiggle it. Get that in there. Is it actually on there? And you can see it's blobbed up over there. Yep. Okay. That's why we need to heat it. Okay. All right. So it's not great on these ends. These pins are shorted out, but it's going to clean up real nice. So first we'll get a good amount of flux on here. We can clean it all up after the fact. Now we'll just drag some solder across these pins here. Doesn't take a lot, but we can clean up the excess later. Just go back this. Okay. Got quite a bit of excess. So we've got a fair amount of excess going on there. So I'm gonna get some solder wick. This is the solder wick, just like a braid of copper wire. Trick to the solder wick is you want to cut a short piece. You don't want to use it straight off the roll. And then we'll use tweezers to hold on to it. And we'll just kind of gently run across it. You don't want to put a lot of pressure on it. And you want to gently run across. You just kind of want to float it over this. Okay. aggressive here. A bit more flux on it. Just takes some time, just gotta be patient. All that. I have a short. Take a look. Pretty good. That's where we need the multimeter for this job. And where is probes? Hopeful if you have something with box is going to fall. Some fine tip probes, which I have from a different meter, but they fit. Okay. Yeah, this is the most tedious end of this. So I'll just set this to continuity, and basically it's gonna beep. You probably won't hear it because of my noise gate. Some of these pins, so it'll beep if there's continuity. Okay, so some of these pins will maintain continuity. The first thing you want to do is you want to pad to leg. Okay. All right, those two are good. Yeah, those might be the ones that are connected. Because definitely these two are connected right there. Those two are connected. These three are connected. Okay, just gonna need more cleaning up. Walk the pins, more connection there. Okay, it has got a lot of issues. There's 3 pins in the middle of this that are meant to be connected together, but that's on. Which end is that on? No, that's on the other side. Nope, none of those pins should be connected. Up here you can see, you can barely see it, these 3 pins. That's 5 volts, a no connect pin, which you can do whatever you want with, and the VPP, and those 3 will be connected. So none of those should be connected. Congrats again, 2 years. All right. Well, thank you very much, Sky. You get yourself a good night's rest. Hope you enjoyed. All right, let's get some more flux on there. You heard a beep? Excellent. Some more flex. Turn the tip off really well. see you. Okay. Let's get that copper braid back in there. Maybe. Right here. This one's right on the end here. Okay. Give it another go. Oh, that looks like way off center there. There we go. Far so good. Back here. Deep. Deep. Okay. They're all good. Let's see here. This is where do you go? Oh, this one goes to go to ground. That one goes to ground. Okay. All right. It's looking good. This isn't quite perfectly lined up. At the right angle, you can see they're off just a little bit. Should be fine. Okay. Ah! Stuck on the hinge. Okay. Other side. How are you looking? Okay. Same thing on this side. Get a whole bunch of flux. A little bit of solder. Goes a long way. And then clean up. This off. More flux in there. I didn't even add solder to that. I just took off that original blob. Okay, I can see sorting here. This in there. Let's see. Right here. The new piece is getting pretty raggedy. See you right there. There we go. Right in there. Right there. Oh, it's criminal scum. Okay. Yep. All right, let's take a look at that. Yeah, really, surface mount stuff doesn't take a lot. Not ideally, I mean, hand soldering isn't like the norm for it. Usually you would have you'd use solder paste, which is tiny solder balls suspended in flux, and a template that you would scrape it over and it would just end up on the pins, and then you'd use like a hot plate or basically a toaster oven like device. But I don't have a lot of that stuff, and for these one-off boards it's usually just as easy to hand solder. It's just kind of tedious because it takes a lot of like, all right, let me go back, let me go forward, let me go back. Okay, that's a beep, 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 beep. 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 All right, so those three, I'll double check in the board, but this should be all 5-volt. So those three should be connected. Okay. Give these pins a little push. Make sure they're actually soldered. Yeah, see, this is your 5-volt here, and this goes to power. This middle pin is labeled no connection. No connection or not connected means that this pin doesn't have to be connected to anything, but it can be connected to anything, because not connected means this pin is not actually connected to anything inside this package. Sometimes you'll also see DC. I haven't seen that much. Older stuff used to use DC, but it was don't care, which is the same basically as not connected. But I have seen some newer stuff that have pins labeled as don't connect to anything, so I don't know. But this last pin is the program pin, and you want that held high while it's in write mode to ensure that writes. Otherwise, if you leave it floating, that's what it's called when you have something disconnected. If you leave it floating, it can cause issues. Usually you don't want to leave pins floating, except for not connect pins. Not connect pins because they're not connected to anything internally, it doesn't matter. But if you leave pins floating, you can have weird issues where they'll pick up like ambient electrical noise, and suddenly your device will start flipping, you know, itself out. Okay. Clean that thing up later. Shoe over here. Okay. So these look good now. I am going to wash this off right now from that flux, and we're going to get even more flux from these pins. I would have to let that cool down. I'm not gonna walk away for it to cool down, but scrub-a-dub-dub. This flux tends to get everywhere. Bum, 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 bum. So this board is gonna be sticky icky, man. I'll tell you what. Tell you what. Very good, very good. Let's be a little bit less time than usual. Usually I wrestle with the things more. But practice makes perfect. This is certainly not perfect. Okay. All right. Good enough. Good enough. Sticky Jum. So stickier, stroke the trickers. Okay. So this is in one. Mark it up to this notch, not that you'll be able to see it. Might as well just keep on trucking with this bad boy. Let's see here. I'm gonna use my thick, well, it's not really thick, the normal solder for this. If I could get it out from under all this crap I piled on. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's turn this on too. I have a feeling this isn't going to work because I'm pretty sure that I programmed the wrong ROM onto this one. Let me clean this up too. All right. Clean up that short there. We'll give it a shot. More than likely what'll happen is it'll either won't boot at all, or it'll boot and it'll just be like a bunch of garbage junk characters. All right, let's see. Thank you to everybody for joining me for this. I appreciate it. I hope you have enjoyed it. Do let me know if you'd like to see more in the future. I got some Super Famicoms I've been sitting on for a while I gotta work on. I also have some other busted consoles coming in the mail that I like to check out. I do have one more cart that I wanted to do from this. So if you enjoy it, let me know. You can see how long this is taking me to solder these pins individually and how much quicker drag soldering is. It's much, much faster. However, I already have this tip on. At least for this end of it, I might as well just go with it. So it's so weird to me, like how the audio, because I turned the music down in my ears, it doesn't sound quieter, it sounds distant and directionally so. It's a very strange phenomena. Boop, 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 boop. And this tip off. Too much solder. 2 more soldering streams, chill like ASMR. Oh, I'm glad you enjoy it. I got some other stuff to work on too. I always got something to work on. And I'm glad if people enjoy watching me work on stuff, because I honestly, like, if I make a stream where I'm like, let's make a thumbnail, I feel like I'm cheating. Like, hey, you guys want to watch me work? You guys want to watch me, like, do the stuff that I should be doing when I'm not streaming? But I'll make it a stream. But I do like doing it. Sometimes it's nice just to have a chill hangout sesh. But I do like the solder. I do like it. Quite a bit. TBH. Okay. Yeah, there's a big question as to whether or not this will be too thick, because I don't know if you can see that well here. You can see here how much thicker, especially with the pins. That's quite a bit more. So I'll be curious. Very curious if that will fit the case, or if I gotta chop those pins down big time. Big time. Alright. I gotta right good angle on this. Press it down with one finger while holding the solder with the other fingers. Get a pin or two locked in. Okay. Go to the opposing end. Technically, I can drag solder with this as long as the solder doesn't drag the board. Doesn't have to be the knife edge. The knife edge is just a little bit nicer to work with. Yeah, it's sticky. There we go. Cool it off a bit and pull too much off of it. You drank too deep. Nope. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. You just don't wanna cooperate. Get out of here. Man. There's 2 pins on the end. Just don't want to play nice. Too much. What? You know what? We have ways of making you talk. Okay. That's a little bit heavier on both sides. Well, for now, let's pop this bad name of Jamma in there. See how bad this is going to be. It's not shorting anymore, is it? I think it's maybe shorting still. I'm almost positive this is the wrong, I grabbed the wrong ROM. Oh, I wish my memory wasn't so awful. They've made a special folder just for it. Okay. We'll pop this in and see. Whoop, star wipe. Maybe. The 2 versions were very similar. There's only like a, 3% difference in the character ROM. Well, it's all Japanese. Now let's go ahead and let's get in there. It's, I'll say this, if it's, I'll double check this. If it's the program ROM, that's fine. I'm just out a chip. I'll just drop a new chip in. That's super easy to swap out. If it's the character ROM, like, that's a pain. But again, like, I have, so when I got that, like, you have to order like a minimum of 3 boards. So I have 3 of those boards, right? I have 3 of those boards and 10 of those chips. So it's just a little bit more work. But I even I made a point to have a folder with all the ROMs in labeled patched, and I think I still went to a different folder that is like the base. But I'm confused why I set myself up. Not confused. I set myself up for failure by splitting the old translation and then deciding like, oh, I'm gonna use the new translation here, and then just deleting those files is what I should have done. I think that was when I was still thinking about doing a multi-cart, and the way the math worked out is like, well, there's room for 4 games. I only have 3, so I could put like 2 different versions of Castlevania on here. The music is solid. They did a really good job, admittedly. Ooh, that guy always gets me. Of translating the soundtrack to this, to the regular NES. But he just basically just loses a couple extra instrument channels. That allow it to have like a richer, deeper sound to it. I love those eyes staring at me from the darkness in the background. This is beautiful. I'm gonna play this for a little bit more. This is my treat. Oh, you bitch. Excuse me, I hate that. I actually hate that word. But it sometimes comes out. I personally do not like it. That's just me. That's not a judgment on anybody else. That's mostly just because I've dealt with a lot of like the very angry woman-hating old men lately. And it's like everyone who displeases them, like, that bitch. Like, Jesus. Take it easy. I think like a lot of language, like, which one is it? Ah! I get jumped by the dog there. There we go. That's what it's like dealing with Arthur. Just comes bounding out. I'ma get you. No, Arthur, please don't get me. I'ma get you now. This guy. These guys. Ah! They're getting me. They're getting me. I grabbed that turkey for nothing. Great guy. Oh, don't be making my head grow big. My head's big enough already. Bats! Bats a poppin'. Take that. And then the bat just comes back. The very next day, he thought he was a goner. I do not want that. Actually, I would have preferred the holy water. You're dead. Okay. Let's break it down. Let's tear it apart. Let's do it over. Let's make it work. Okay, this out of here. All right, let's investigate here. Where are my files at? I don't think I grabbed the wrong character. Okay, let me. Boop. I don't think you're going to be able to see this. I don't have this set up for the capture. Open up an emulator. Okay, so I believe the character ROM is okay, and the reason I say that is that I wonder if I could combine these. That would be weird. When I launched the game, what was that? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Are you talking? Did the game pop up? It shouldn't have. I don't know what that was. Did the game come through? That shouldn't have come through on the audio. Did I just close that? I didn't want to close that. What did you hear, Mr. Zane? Boom, boom. Bibbidi-bop. Bip-bop, bibbidi-bop. What did you hear, Zane? I don't know if that was what that was. Is this? What is that? Where is this playing from? High-pitched repeated beeping. I don't know. Unless like my microphone's beeping. I'm not hearing anything on the feedback. I mean, my computer might be freaking out. I was hearing like beeping, but I couldn't. It didn't seem like it was all picking up. But that was when I was doing continuity testing. Okay, so the old English translated version of Akumachu Densetsu doesn't have an English translated title screen, which should be in the character ROM. So if I open up this English, although why would it have those characters? This is a NES. I think I absolutely did use the wrong prog ROM. Let's flip that off. Did I flip that off? I would like to flip that off. Let that cool off so I can use the knife tip. Come on, Densetsu. Okay. Well, there it is. It's very weird. It's very weird that it would do that. I absolutely did not use it. Yep, file name. Okay. How much history does the console keep for me? It does not. Okay, so I definitely have the right one on the hard to solder part. I'm gonna switch this to OTP. You done with OTP? That's one-time program. Okay. I still got my spare. Ah! It stabbed me! You bastard! Only I do the stabbings. Where's my thing? Oh, he flashed low-key social media propagandist. What? Propagandas in my chat? I gotta look at this Discord. I gotta look at these memes. Where that memes at? I like the operation. Uchiha. Madara. I keep pronouncing it the way the English VAs were like, his name was Madara. They're squaring up. That's what it's like, man. You sit down next to that dog and he's just like rears up on his hind legs, leaning himself against the back of the couch, and he just starts throwing paws out there like, oh! And then his little doggy mouth clamps down on your forearm. I'm like, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? That's it. That dog he will sit calmly and peacefully all day. And then he starts getting antsy because he's hungry. And then I feed him. And then once he's had a taste of food, right, he just loses his mind. It starts combing every square inch of the place like there's got to be more food somewhere. Like you just ate. And you weren't even thinking about it before you ate. And now that you've eaten, it's like, I forgot how good food was. I have to eat everything. All right, English, Prague. We Prague. And while that's doing that, well, that's Praguing. And I hope you like Praguing too. I'm gonna take this puppy out. I'll keep it in case I ever want the old English translation, because I sure can't rewrite it. This is why I bought extras, because I keep looking at the screen as though there's a camera. There ain't no camera here. And this is the reason I bought extras, is because I'm like, I'm gonna screw up. I'm gonna drop the wrong ROM. I know it. I need to buy extra chips. Where you at, you sticky weasel? Oh, you better stop out there. What are you sticking on? I think maybe just be the pressure of the pins. The pin pressure. Don't feel loose. Ah! Get stabbed by this stuff. All right. Let's confirm that while I wiggle jiggle some pins here. Wiggle jiggle. Yellow metal. Oh, these pins. All the pins on one side are like, nah, I'm not moving. I'm not doing it. You will. You will do it. There we go. Man, that one socket This one chip area is giving me more headache than I care to deal with. I do not care to deal with you. Let's move you away from the flames of our reckoning. 100%. Let's go. Slam dunk. No label for this bad boy, 'cause I'm out of labels. You'll just have to know. You'll know, and I'll know. No one else will know. It'll be sealed in darkness. Possibly, unless these pins don't fit in the case. I can trim the pins down on that socket, but I'm gonna have to go do that outside by a trash can so I don't have random like 2mm chunks of metal floating around waiting to drop into something. We're in. But it's loose. The juice is loose. All right. Are you cool? It's cool. Kind of. Sort of. We'll see how cool it feels when it's jammed into my elbow. I rest my arm down on the hot soldering iron tip. Then we shall see how cool it be. Dun, 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 dun. Well, at the very least, I know that the more difficult soldering was successful and worked without an issue. So that's good. I got that going for me. I did measure this case to make sure I would have enough room for this socket and the board, but I don't know about the pins. I think that may throw it off. Let's see if I can cut the pins down. Otherwise, I might have to desolder that part. I'm not going to do that tonight. I might have to desolder that part to try to figure out a shorter, thinner path for that. Although this is like about as thin as you can get for these things. I don't know. What's the point system of that game making that noise? It sounded really loud. It doesn't surprise me. Like certain tones will kick off louder like that. That is not that unusual. It's not unusual to hear weird noises in my stream. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. It's not unusual to hear beeps from my ears. Ba-da-da-da-da. All right. I gotta hold this. Get some solder in there. Get that pin good. Make sure this thing lays flat. Do. There's solder there. Okay. These gloves are weirding me out, man. I keep feeling like something's sticking to my hand. Okay. This looks flat as flat can be. Hey y'all, commence the soldering. Commence the dragon. A little bit more right there. Looking beautiful, looking pristine, looking absolutely ravishing, delectable. Everybody happy? There we go. Wow! Wow! Now we are free. Rise from your grave. Ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da. We should say English here. 15th century Europe. In this dark age, an evil person named Vlad Tepes lived in Transylvania. Having reached the limits of his power, he received dark gods and used their power to terrorize the nation of Wallachia. Driven insane by his own greed, he planned to take over all of Europe. The Holy Church called out to arms and sent an army to stop Tepes, or as he called himself, Draculia. But none of them returned alive. Seeing that their efforts were futile, the Church decided to hand the task of slaying Draculia to the Belmont family, known vampire hunters for many generations. But they were feared because of their power. They vanished and have not been heard of since. The Pope never gave up, and at last found one young man, Ralph Belmont. Yeah, this is the right translation. Because they use original Japanese names. Belmont, Ralph Belmont. 100 years before Simon Belmont's Dracula and Mankind's battle begins. I can kind of understand why they changed it. I mean, I'm not ragging on Ralph. If your name's Ralph, hey man, that's cool. But I mean, do you want to play Fearless Vampire Hunter Ralph? Hey guys, it's me, Ralph. I'm gonna slay this van. I'm gonna get that Dracula. Oh, girl, get him. Well, aside from using the wrong, it's interesting how much of that worked, given that they were two different patches. I thought for sure like it just would flop and not work at all, but no, it worked. It's very interesting. But now we're good. Now we're set so that I can return in some future time to play Castlevania 3. As Japan intended it. Just as Konami wished. What kind of Castlevania would you like next? I don't know, man. I like the classic Castlevanias. And it's weird given how prevalent the Metroidvania is. Based largely on Symphony of the Night. But I feel like everyone wants, you know, they're always pushing for 3D stuff. Although the 2D stuff has gotten popular. I don't know, man. I honestly, I feel like we got enough Castlevania. You know, I don't want to be like everything past Castlevania 3 was a mistake, kind of nonsense. But like, what more Castlevania do you need? And I'm not even just saying like just at 3. Like, we have so much good Castlevania. Let the Belmonts rest is my thing. I finally solved the riddle of the skeleton. Oh no, I didn't. He's back, and bonier than ever. I thought I could just meet him like halfway and be like, die, skeleton. Kind of head him off at the pass. It didn't work out. He's so bony. That Bones McGee. He's so hot right now. Dun, 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 wow! Come for me. I know you desire my flesh. You cannot have it. Skeletons from the Legend of Neil. Yes. What a weird show. I miss those days. I feel like that stuff, like, it can't happen now. Like, I have no beef with people making a buck off of content creation, far from it. But I feel like a point was reached where it was too much about the money. It's kind of like, you know, they're saying Vine's coming back, right? But like, ow! I feel like that day is done because when Vine was big, people were just doing it for the Vine, and now they're gonna do it for a buck. You know, that changes things. Which again, I'm not saying like all monetization of content is bad. But I think like the way the content systems that we have for user-generated content are so easily gameable that stuff quickly fills up with like just spammed out trash to try and farm clicks and views. And it drives out the people who are just doing it for the Vine. Can anyone truly be doing it for the Vine anymore? Oh no, I didn't want that. You damnable bats! Keep your rabies-infested vermin away from me. Oh. That's not the way. Alright. That's enough. That's enough of a test. We know it works. I can put you down. You're off. Right. And then I can turn you off. Beautiful, beautiful solder. Don't eat the lead. If you eat it, you'll soon end up dead. I'll put these boys in their new home. And I guess this one too. My error. Ah, my collection, it grows. Beautiful, beautiful. They're not at all straight or lined up. Now the question remains, can I fit this in the case? That was the whole point of this. If I go to put this back in and it's like, I don't fit, I don't like it in here, I'm going to be not really shocked or surprised. You know, there it is. Let's see here. It doesn't quite fit, but I think... Oh, get out of there. I want to say if I go through and trim these pins, there's a little bit I can trim off of them. Not here, over a trash can somewhere. because otherwise I'll have these little metal nubs waiting to drop onto a circuit. Have you ever had to search for like a tiny shred of metal, trace down a short circuit, and find like a tiny little piece of metal fell in and is shortened 2 traces out? I don't want that, but I'll take this elsewhere away from here. I'll trim these pins down. I could get pretty low. I can get pretty low with these pins, and I think it'll fit back in the case at that point. The whole ordeal will be kind of pointless if it doesn't, because if it doesn't fit back in the case, I would have been better off just sticking this chip on there and then just not, I don't know, I just didn't want to cut that. I went to great lengths to avoid cutting millimeters of plastic, just so I could say, I didn't make no permanent changes. It can all be undone. To the judgment of no one. That absolutely no one is going to come in here and be like, I can't believe you've ruined these. Possibly someone will come back later and comment on it. You've soiled these for all time. All right. Well, I had one more cart, which was making a sweet home cart, but that's a bit more involved than I care to get into for the rest of this evening. I gabbed a lot. I yapped a lot more than I had intended to. Let me get this. Let me get my cart reader plugged back in. Here we go. There we go. Ooh, and it's very toasty in here now. All that solder heat. Oh, just. Well, let's take a look. What else I got going here? Some potential future projects. I have those Super Famicoms I'm working on. I picked these boards up just for fun. This is a... Oh, I don't want you to steal my discount code. My special coupon. This is a Sega Genesis board from Muramasa Entertainment. It's pretty straightforward. You know, ROM in there, a couple capacitors, no saving. Worth checking out. Look at some homebrew stuff out there, or some, there's some Splatterhouse ROM hacks. I could build onto this, program the chip, check it out. Super Nintendo. I actually got this specifically to make a new, that seems awful thin. Specifically to make a new SNES burn-in cartridge. Because I realized that the SNES burn-in test cart that I have is using a 3-volt ROM chip. It's a 5-volt system. That's not good for... The chip's going to burn out or it's going to wreck a console. So I'd rather build a new one that's all 5-volt parts. And this was really interesting. This is from Bucket Mouse, from Mouse Bite Labs. This is a Super Nintendo board, and it uses a for now anyway, currently available 16 megabit ROM chip, flash chip. And you can use this to build a variety of different cards if you want saving, different sizes depending on how many of these you stack in. Anything excluding like the stuff that requires like the DSP or the Super Effects or CX4, any of that. So I might build something out of this. Play around with that. Check out, you know, there's some ROM hacks for some Super NES games that I just thought this would be neat. It just scratches the itch, the soldering itch, and then also works and does something. So that's about all I'm doing. But no, it's got consoles to work on and stuff too, which could be fun. So I'll come back for more of that in the future. That's going to do it for me for tonight. I'm going to take a look and see who's around. Hopefully everything sounded all right and was okay and looked all right and you found it entertaining and so on. I can close out some of these windows. Nope, don't enlarge that. Shrinkulate that. Thank you very much. I'm going to take a look at who is live right now. Who we can direct off to. I appreciate any feedback you may have on the state of the stream. There is Enochi. No, she's playing Amanda the Adventurer. Let's check that out. Don't see Enochi a whole ton. Corporate raiders and mass crusaders. Mask. Where's Jum Jumington? Is there any things for streams? Thank you for hanging out. Thank God, guys, on Phantom 2. Enochi. Oh, I didn't see your, never see your message until after because I'm staring at like the subscription screen. I need to get this menu popped back in. Pop the chat back in there. I had to break out the chat so that I could see it. Reset the Zoom. Thank you very much. Oh, except that now I can't. What happened with this? Oh, again, I can't type in that chat no more. I can't type in that chat no more. I never have this problem on my other computer, but the OBS on here, like the YouTube chat doc, just keeps logging out, and I can view it, but I can't respond. It's weird, but I can on the browser here. All right. Well, thank you everybody for hanging out with me. I hope you enjoyed some soldering. I hope it didn't bore you too much. I was very excited. I get a little bit more work to do on this, physically dimension-wise, but I think we can get it to fit back in that case and play it. So very excited. These all worked out very well. Very happy with them. I only wasted one chip, and it was not a very expensive one. I will be back on Sunday for more Sunday Grind, the Final Fantasy. I have to start labeling those better so that people know that this isn't the 25th episode of Final Fantasy. It's, you know, the 25th episode of Sunday Grind. But thanks so much for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me, as always. And I hope to see you again on the next one. So long, everybody. Bye-bye. It's my button. Oh, I can't reach it. Goodbye, everybody.